Alright, and we should be live and ready to go. I got to change the ad settings again. Someday I will remember to do that. Someday. I'll let them play, and then after they play, we'll start. Alright, so welcome everyone. Had some car trouble yesterday, so I didn't stream. But we're back today, and we have some TTL sets. I have 4 sets I want to get through. I don't know if I'll get through all of them tonight, but they're play all 3s, which means we have exactly 12 games to cast. I have a couple hours. We'll see how fast we get through them. Maybe I'll do some Dark Age speed-ups. Alright, let's double check Twitch and open up the AOE2 category so I have an idea of doing what. And there we are. I'm just waiting for Twitch to start the ads. It's gonna autoplay the ads, I know. Hopefully I don't have someone's picture-in-picture open. Hello there, Kai World. How are you doing? Over on YouTube land. Morning, good morning. Good evening to you from here. Well, good morning. Alright, there you go. Twitch told me an ad starts in 1 minute. I'll let the ad play, then we'll get started. Why does the chat on mobile load instantly on PC? It takes 5 business days. That I do not know. I do not know why there is a difference there. Sounds like a YouTube issue. So I guess this is my evening coffee now. Had a busy day today too. Right, so this is a play all 3. I got the scoreboard somewhat set up. I need to edit the scoreboard a bit so it fits this overlay a bit. I want to get the player flags on the out-of-game scoreboard. So that's what I'm thinking. We'll put the flags on the out-of-game scoreboard. I don't know if we necessarily need them in-game, but I have some thoughts about what I'm going to do in-game. And hello, Chano5, how are you doing? And reminder, I guess I'll run the subathon goals through this weekend. If we hit, I'll probably do another chicken casting set at some point, because I feel like we only did 1 set, and I want to do more of that. The Tux goals, if we hit that, I guess we're casting Red Bull and a Tux over the weekend, which would be fun. Latin learning and exercising. Ooh, nice. So today I've been getting physical therapy on my shoulder because my shoulder has been bothering me. I've been doing that for a couple of months, and now I've graduated from the physical therapy sessions, and I just have some at-home stuff to work on. So that's maybe progress for me. My shoulder is feeling better. So hopefully over the next couple of months it continues feeling better. I can get back to actually working out at the gym soon. And then if my shoulder is better, then I can worry about taking care of my knee injury and my ankle injury and my hip injury. So, being in your 30s is a lot of fun. Anyway, we got some TTL tonight. We're starting things off with Combito Youpudding, and then we'll have Gabby versus Husiel after that. And let me double check. Hello, Azor. Double check my list of all of these things. Gabby versus Husiel, Monoz versus Thunderbolt, and Chart versus Say My Name. So these were sets played between yesterday and this morning. Discord wants to update. Let's update Discord. Why not? Or I need to use it for something. Another one of my Windows 11 annoyances. So we're running the gamut of how does Windows 11 annoy Quest. Whenever I have my laptop and I try to shut it down, I always hit Alt F4 when I'm on the desktop. Right? You know how Alt F4 closes your application? If you hit it when you're just on your desktop, it brings up the menu that gives you the options to shut down. However, this is another one of those Windows has multiple ways of doing things. There's also where you click on the Windows Start button in the bottom left, there's a power button. You click on that power button and it gives you options to shut down. When you do the Alt F4 to open what is, I guess, the Windows 10 or older Windows shutdown menu, whenever there is a Windows update, it removes the shutdown option from that window and does not repopulate it with shutdown and update like it did in Windows 10. So if I just hit Alt F4 and I'm like mashing enter to shut my laptop down, it will go to the switch user option because shutdown's not in the shutdown menu. Whenever that happens, I have to log back onto my laptop, click on the Windows button, and then click on the power button there and shut down and update. And just like you just put that in the menu like it used to be on Windows 11. Anyway, that's been my annoyance of today. I also had to go to the DMV today. Get Windows 11, even more annoying. Great. So I'll have to I'm still making updates on the background. The Red Bull background will stay for now. I'm gonna keep the webcam, I think, in the top left like this, and I'll redesign the scoreboard a bit and fit the draft in. I'd love to do my own draft instead of just using the Captain's Mode website, but that'll probably be a bit of work for me. And also include the YouTube viewer count and the viewer count. I'm thinking what I'll do in the bottom left, I'll probably get rid of the Red Bull logo, move the AoE2 logo to where the Red Bull is, and then put my T-West logo in the bottom left where AoE2 is now. Put a lot of effort into producing issues instead of improvements. Yeah, this is that weird Windows thing. If you ever go into the settings, there's this 2-tier settings menu of control panel and new settings, which I understand they probably do that because they don't want to remove the options for people who are accustomed to how the previous menu works. But then you end up with 2 menus that do the same thing. Aside from the rare situation where sometimes the old menu has the thing instead of the new menu, or the new menu has it and the old doesn't. And yeah. Anyway, so we're going to start out with Combito versus Youpudding. Monocle will be game number 1. Combito picked Coast Arena as his home map, and then Stranded for Youpudding. All right. Also, these maps were played over the past couple of days. I did release an update to fix a couple of bugs that were reported in maps. Some very minor things and rare bugs, and they would have just simply been admin restarts, but we'll fix them nevertheless. With 15 maps coming from a variety of authors, sometimes it's easier for me to test that stuff is broken if I rewrite the map script, because then I can write the script in a way that supports automated testing. But if I have a map script that we've used in the past, and I'm not aware of any bugs in it, and the map script is several thousand lines, I just go with it and we don't rewrite it, and I always regret that because we have tiny little bugs that pop up. So I don't keep the bugs to 0. But at least so far there's only been one issue I've had, and it was a missing relic on Stranded in the actual games, so okay so far, but I think that there's definitely room to do better. So let's get into the game and get into Capture Age. More AI, yes, the solution to everything is AI. How do you make an auto-hotkey script? That is a wonderful question, Kaiworld, and I would love to have an answer to that myself, because I need to do that, and I haven't done it in a while, and they've released auto-hotkey 2, and there are different ways of doing it now. So I'm sure that there are probably YouTube tutorials out there, but if you find an answer to that, I'd love it. Otherwise, I guess read the manual. As disheartening of an answer as that is. Alright, so we do have Monocle here. We'll have Youpudding as the red Sicilians, Combito as the blue Romans, and this map has a ton of shorefish and box turtles scattered around. Now, the one complaint I've gotten about this map, in the past we had long stretches that didn't have 2 box turtles, and it was annoying because you couldn't actually mill the same number. Sometimes one player would have more. And I fixed that, but now the side effect is there's so much coast terrain here that if you place a mill, or that it becomes hard to place a mill. So this is something I'm trying to address, and I think it's actually really tricky to address without allowing for consistent TC placements at the top, because the map usually doesn't allow TC placements. So I'm trying to come up with a solution to this that doesn't completely change the map by allowing for castle drops and TCs on the outside. I have a couple ideas about using rocks creatively, but I'm going to need to do some more testing and debugging. Can AI write a script? You can probably, if you have a very simple auto-hotkey script, I'd imagine that ChatGPT or just a Google search or whatever AI bot you use will probably do a decent job of writing an auto-hotkey script, but I highly doubt it'll do something complex correctly. And you might be better off using AI as a starting point than to show you what part of the documentation to read, rather than having it to do a complete script for you by itself. AIs can also, if you're not familiar with auto-hotkey, it might also be the case that AIs would slow you down, because in general, debugging someone else's code is harder than debugging code that you wrote yourself. And that includes code written by AI is code written by someone who's not you. But anyway, Deer Push here from Youpudding. I will, since we have a lot of Rex to cast, just speed up the Dark Age a bit, more up on that hill. Now, the middle can be a bit scraggly with how the trees work, but I tried to open that up just a bit on the map. And It's hard to get the balance right. You don't have the greatest of tools for doing that in the map scripting engine. But I think it works out. Oh, we have a lame. We have a lame. And there we go. One of those 4 fish mills. Ooh, the boar gets a downhill hit on Combito's scout. And he's trying to lame. Youpudding wants to stop this. He doesn't quite know where it is. And ooh, he will see it when it walks into the fog of war. And now he's aware of where it is. So the scout sees the boar. He will try to head it off at the pass. But there is a barracks there. And he'll try to head it off right here. And now Combito has to be careful about downhill hits. He has a villager hunting the boar, but if he's hunting the boar, he's not building the barracks. And he's now gotten the boar to aggro onto the villager. Scout not hit. And the scout will run in as the vills go to take the boar and shoots it with the TC. He can do that now. And a successful lame from Combito. And we'll have a donjon. Ooh, you can do donjons up here successfully. Yeah, I have to be very careful to allow 2x2 buildings up here, but prohibit 4x4 buildings. And I have some sneaky ideas for that, but they are at best sneaky and untested, so I don't know quite what I'm gonna do. I'll have to try some things out. And mining camp, 1 tile from the TC. Love to see it. There is Youpudding. He's also walling up by his berries. He's going to play in a very compact area of the map. That TC will protect everything of his. The berries, the gold, everything. Spectator dashboard got a new update, it seems. Oh, it did? It did? Oh my gosh, I got to go check this out. I'm doing Rex, so I didn't check the dashboard. What is the update? This is exciting. It looks similar to before. What is the update, Death Counter? What is the update? Tato is playing RM 3v3 on Big Freeze. Looks completely different to you? For me, it looks like same as it always has. Maybe it just hasn't rolled out to everyone yet. My spectator dashboard looks like it did earlier. Maybe I gotta freeze my cache. Or clear my cache. There we go. Titans League, take it to the max. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so tower rush here from Combito, as I'm looking at the dashboard. Yeah. Screenshot on Discord then. I'll have to check the spec dashboard Discord. As we'll have a lumber camp coming up from Youpudding on the other side. And right now a sergeant trying to break through. That'll force some repairs on the house. But Combito gets the tower up successfully. And you know what? I realized I don't have the player elos on my overlay. Oh, that does look completely different. Different UI design. Alright, let me grab their elos actually, now that I think of it. And do Youpudding. I want to put these on the scoreboard. And Youpudding, I can do a flag too. He's from Taiwan. Combito is from Mexico. 2537 and 2526. 2000. There we go. Should be 26. Yes. Right. There we go. So after this trush, the sergeants are popping out. All-time coolest unit, Cataphract. No question about it, a Cataphract. And archery range up here. Yeah, archery range and barracks up here. This is what I was saying. These buildings already can find their way up here. Grab a screenshot, yes. This is also where I take some debugging screenshots for myself, so excuse me if I alt-tab and take a screenshot at some point. So man-at-arms defense here as the Romans. Man-at-arms versus sergeants, and it looks like the sergeants will die low on HP. They did not have the numbers they needed. The rest of their numbers are over here though, and they will come pushing in on those fish. Villager is still trying to fish on the box turtles. Archer is shooting the sergeants. Man-at-arms going for a fight. Do they trade without the Romans' bonus? I mean, look, they have slightly more HP, and they themselves have more base armor, but less attack. So I think it's a slight edge for the sergeant. But Romans with double the armor, with more attack for the men-at-arms, might... If this isn't even, the Romans might actually be slightly favored. Sergeants usually would want to be fighting underneath a donjon, but not the case here. The Tower Rush, though, hasn't really disrupted Youpudding too much. Oh, of course Youpudding is playing as the Sicilians. And he'll be up to the next stage. And Sergeant's all going down over here.
A vostro servizio.
Tibi Servio.
Comandi.
So the Sergeant counterattack has caused some chaos, but hasn't actually killed any villagers. Neither has the Tower Rush. Res collected still pretty similar between the two of them. Actually, the Sicilians ahead of the Romans, so maybe the Tower Rush actually did slow down Combito a bit. The worst is casting when you got something in your eye, and then you realize you're like blinking in front of chat all watching you try to get something out of your eye. I guess there are worse things to be embarrassed about on stream. Oh my gosh.
Salve.
Oh, this winter weather
Impera.
is driving me crazy. So this tower's up and the men-at-arms will get in. 11 General having something in the eye that doesn't come out. You.
Impera.
Ah.
Tibi Servio.
And that villager not going down. Men-at-arms can't really fight the gold that close to the TC. Could potentially try to fight the donjon. Second donjon from Youpudding. How much coverage will he have? Oh, he'll have a gap in his coverage. As he rushes up the donjon. Maybe he needs to get some more sergeants out. Maybe he needs to wall the men-at-arms off so they can't get to the donjon. Where am I? Hello, cow farmer. I'm in New Jersey. I'm in the very snowy, currently cold and snowy location of northern Jersey, somewhat outside New York City. And Vil goes down to the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms keep attacking more Vils. And we'll have a market here from Combito. On the outside, some men-at-arms rushing the sergeants. And that is a good group of sergeants running away from men-at-arms. They are 1/100th of a tile per second slower. So they'll be caught, but very slowly. Minus 31 now. Is that Celsius? Yesterday I was outside, it was minus 18 Celsius. I converted the -1 Fahrenheit to minus 18 Celsius. It was pretty darn cold. It's so cold my car was having problems. The battery in my key was giving me a low key battery warning. My tires were giving a low air pressure warning. And being a good... It was just about 32 or 0 Celsius today. So being a good bit warmer, those problems solved themselves. Yeah, the battery was cold. So Archer is running away from the sergeants as those men-at-arms now get slaughtered since the sergeants are in the Castle Age. And just by virtue of being in the Castle Age, they get a huge HP boost, a melee armor boost, and an attack boost. And Youpudding in the spot Youpudding is famous for, being in the Castle Age with sergeants while his opponent is in the Feudal Age. And now, even if Combito does get up, he's facing the problem that he needs upgrades to fight the sergeants properly. And what does he go for? Long swordsman? Crossbow? It's hard to afford everything now with the sergeants being disruptive. Even here, they're getting chased by the men-at-arms. Both players probably want to do squires as fast as they can. And there we go, long swordsman from Combito. Roman long swordsman with another barracks. Let's go barracks. Some sergeants getting in from the back, pushing Combito off the wood line. Vill count still exactly the same. Res collected pretty close.
Salve.
And with only fletching, sergeants will sit under that TC a bit. Have some good pierce armor. Versus no bonus, the same upgrade. Sergeants survive with 14 HP left. Still win versus Roman men-at-arms with 2 HP. Okay, that is very close then. And hello, Ultron. How you doing? So, Scorpion coming forward. Scorpion back up for the Surgeons, taking down the Long Swordsman. And with the Scorpion, Sergeants will prevail. With all their pierce armor, they'll fight off the Archers too. And the Long Swords against Sergeants, maybe not the right choice when Sergeants now have 5 melee armor that can go up to 6 melee armor. And more HP than the longsword, so sergeants should wreck the longswords here. Even though they don't have the same attack, it's only 1 difference of attack. You're saying longswords destroy sergeants? Really, that is not my experience. Even the Roman ones. Now the sergeant's gonna get a raid on the villagers. A couple of low HP vills here. Let's see how well the sergeants target. And more sergeants going down. Everything going down. And the scorpions on the other side. Sergeants attacking the market. And we will have chainmail armor here from Combito, trying to armor his longswords even more. That'll certainly help them out. They get up to 1 + 4 for 5 melee armor. Then they'll be equal with the sergeants, but still down in HP. 15. Sergeants even can do 1 more armor themselves to get up to 6. But sergeants need upgrades still. Sergeants need upgrades. And fight here by the villagers. The sergeants have to run away. Longswords chase them around again. And at the other side, time for longswords to dive the TC. A couple of archers in the back. Getting a couple of Vill kills. 9 to 8 Vill kills, so still even. Both players on 1 TC spamming infantry units. And we'll have squires on the way from Combito. And longswords fighting the sergeants.
Salve.
Still win versus Roman longswords. Okay. I wrote the scripts for all the TTL maps. I edited the scripts for the TTL maps. Some of them I rewrote from scratch. Some of them we took existing scripts and I edited them slightly. And that is a lot of sergeants now. That's 22 sergeants against 10 longswords. 3rd barracks though for Combito, but he's gonna have to even the numbers up. And he's still on the shorefish, still moving around with shorefish. Yeah, interesting, the donjon building's coming up here. Maybe your opponents were stuck in feudal? If they were feudal age sergeants, absolutely, then longswords would wreck them. No question there. Castle age sergeants get a huge buff over the feudal age ones though. Combito needs another mill. He needs to keep moving around the outside. And now a scorpion defense. That one scorpion will be a great defense, as all the villas are packed tightly. That'll pack the units together even more tightly. Now down here, sergeants going for the TC. They are pushing the TC, and there is not enough longswords here to stop this, are there? Well, we're gonna have 15 longswords. They can fight under the TC. That TC will need vills in it to be effective. Right now, the scorpions can destroy the TC. More longswords though pumping out, and maybe he'll let the TC go down. That's too low on HP. Vills won't be able to garrison. And how do the longswords do here? More reinforcements will be on the way. The scorpions are going down. There are some repairs on the TC. Is this perfectly calculated from Combito to get the reinforcements here and kill all those sergeants? It is. What a great fight. That TC was so close to going down, but he didn't waste any idle time. He didn't bother garrisoning it to shoot them down. No, he knew he'd have the longswords. Sergeants need their armor,
Salve.
and these units are close enough that the fight's determined by numbers.
Tibi
You see the
Servio.
longswords. Longswords have their speed boost now. And how great is this to see 2 players going infantry units, and we don't see siege towers all over the place. See, am I out of coffee again? I'm out of coffee again. I need a bigger supply of coffee. I need to be careful because I can't drink too much. Gives me headaches sometimes, but
Salve.
I like coffee. And hello, Clown Eye and the Huntress.
Tibi
That sounds like a
Servio.
great arena player right there. How you doing? Passion in nerdery is awesome. Thank you.
Tibi Servio.
Fight under this tower. Longswords killing some sergeants.
Salve.
And they'll run away. On the outside, a sergeant chasing another villager. And we'll be killing her. Nicely done. 10-vil lead for Youpudding, who retakes the score lead after losing that entire army. And Combito now forced off of the wood. Now, there is a ton of wood on the outside, but it is pretty far from your TC and rather vulnerable. So this is an aggressive map where the inside will matter, because you don't want to have to run all your vills out there anyway. Gotta go, see you soon. I'll see you later, Ultron. I'll be casting for a few hours tonight if you're back.
Servio.
See how many sets we can get through. I'd like to get through all 4. So longsword kills a villager, and then turns around, fights another villager in the rear, and will kill her. Down she goes. And that's now 15 to 18 Vil KD. There are sergeants and infantry everywhere. Another longsword sergeant fight. The longsword reinforcement's so numerous, killing more sergeants. That's a 78 to 67 KD. It's much easier to produce longswords from barracks than it is sergeants from donjons when you need all the stone for the donjons. Neither player getting a second TC, and 1 or 2 sergeants here and there. Oh my gosh, this mining camp is a graveyard now, as 1 sergeant has been massacring all of the vills. Everything going down. The Vil here has to run maybe to the tower. He goes down. Longsword comes over from atop the hill. And will fight the sergeant and try to stab him and stab him. Did they have another attack animation, or is it just a stab? I could have sworn they occasionally go for a swing. Oh, yeah. There he goes. Yeah, units have 2 attack animations sometimes. And they alternate them.
Tibi Servio.
So Scorpion going for the longswords. Longswords dying to the Scorpion. And the Scorpion taking out some of the longswords as the sergeants fight them. But this will be a cleanup this time for the sergeants. Although the longswords with squires can run away, still no squires for the sergeants. That's what happens when you don't invest into a barracks. Rawr, hello Baron, how you doing? I give a mental high 5. Well, thank you very much. See ya. I'll give you then a live long and prosper. And Dracofix, hello.
Sì, a vostro servizio.
Or
Salve.
Dracofix. And so another TC in the back for Youpudding. He's up 44 to 40 villagers. But Combito actually with more res collected. That Rome's eco is scary. And he's still going longswords all over. On the outside, sergeants fighting the longswords. Sergeant costume. Ooh. Do I need like a donjon to build along with it?
Tibi Servio. Salve.
Longswords fighting the sergeants. Sergeants going down. All of them going down as the Scorpion comes over. And nice patrol stack there, and the longswords will disengage. Hello, Crooked Hearth. How you doing? Hope y'all like the YouTube streams too.
Tibi Servio.
So there we have iron casting on the way. Donjon needs too much stone. Maybe I could do a donjon costume. And Youpudding gonna tap out. As let's look at those populations now. 43 longswords to 16 sergeants. Man, that was crazy. He was so close to destroying that town center. But then all of the longswords flooded him from the barracks. And that TC, tons of vills over there. Won't stand up enough, even with 2 TCs. And the vill lead, he's going to decide enough's enough if he's losing the donjons. So interesting. Let me maybe grab some more screenshots here of stuff that happened. As these will be... What is it? Is it Windows Shift S? I'm forgetting my hotkeys. Post some screenshots. This is range up top. This is limited mills and donjon space. So let's look at some stats. I still need to get my stats overlay updated for TTL. Apologies. We'll have 100 to 84 kills for Combito. More res collected for Combito 2. Technology. Actually, wait, can I just do this? No, it'll swap to MBL Vinch. Alright. This is not MBL Vinch. I don't have all my players there. I need still working on overlay updates. And more vittles there for Youpudding. What I'm actually thinking of doing is taking the scoreboard up here and just putting the civs up here. And then down at the bottom, removing the civ icons and putting the flag there. And instead of the civ name, we do the clan name. And then to regain a bit more space, instead of the clan tag, like UX Combito or Anchor Youpudding, I put the full name of the clan there. And if a player doesn't have a clan, of course I don't do that, but then we can clean the player names up a bit. Maybe still keep them in the score, but yeah, clean their names up so we don't need to have as much info on the overlay. And then we still keep the civs up here. Just some thoughts. Anyway, I think Twitch is going to play an ad, so hop onto YouTube if you don't want an ad while I update the scoreboard. I'll let it play before going to the next game, which will be on Stranded, Youpudding's home map. So let's see, let's check some stuff off. It's a win for Combito. As far as maps go, he will be winning game number 1 on Monoz. And for the civs, that will be a win for the Romans and a loss for the Sicilians. So I'll let Twitch play the ad, then I'll get into game number 2. I'm fine, thank you. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm ecstatic that we saw an infantry game that did not feature the infantry inside of siege towers. That was fun for me. Waiting for Twitch to do the ad. I'm gonna fast forward the Dark Age anyway. Maybe I'll just go. Again, shout out the YouTube if you don't want the ad. So, let's see here. We'll have game number 2. I can tap around. This will be on Stranded V2, so this is with the relic fix. And here we are. Oh, maybe the plants should avoid the player starts. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have some rugs over there. I'll just screenshot that myself. Is this okay? Is it to have a plant in the middle of your beach party? Maybe it is. Maybe they should just slightly avoid the player start areas. Stranded plants avoid player start areas. Right, so it will be Stranded. We will have Combito doing his TC between the gold and a wood line, and also a dock on the outside. We'll have Youpudding doing a TC in the middle, and also a dock on the outside. I was tempted to start the map with a sinking transport ship, but I figured that would be too silly. I could make a Gaia transport ship with 0 HP that sinks. Let's also give the win in game number 1 to Combito. And TC up here for Combito. Sinks in the Nessie animation. I know, 11. I was so disappointed that Nessie had too large of an animation to fit on Reverse Acropolis. That would have been perfect to occasionally put, or to put Nessie there occasionally. So, game 2 will be stranded. We'll have Youpudding to the west as the Celts, and Combito to the east as the Italians. Italians a civ, I think that would be pretty good against the Celts. FC Huang push on this map, but maybe Youpudding will want to go for some men-at-arms here. Yeah, the Nessie only spawns on medium or deep water. But also the animation is large enough. If you have a single tile, the animation will pour over onto the land. And even larger than a single tile if your water isn't large enough, which will appear to be in land. So Elephant Lord, lots of water buffaloes on this map. Nice elephant right by the TC for Combito. Combito did go for a smaller woodline instead of the middle. You can consistently get a TC between a gold and the middle woodline. However, if you want, you can also try to snag one of the outside woodlines. Looks like a couple of these spawn together here. Audio weird sometimes? What do you mean by audio weird? Is it going like a robot? Okay. Let me try to listen to that myself then. Windows 11. Okay. Slop downs, okay. I will listen to it. Yep, okay. Usually restarting OBS fixes that. That was a bad one just now. Now, it's not a loose cable on the mic. It is, I believe, a software issue. Sometimes restarting Capture Age fixes it too, which is a very weird thing. Let me actually restart Capture Age. Yes, Capture Age sometimes affects the audio like that. So let me just give it a good restart. Windows 11 has caused me no shortage of headaches with audio issues. So I will listen to myself now and be very distracted as I try to listen and see if those continue. But anyway, Youpudding here with the TC up to the northwest, and Combito with the TC to the east. Celts Italians. Celts really have two options on this map. I think it's aggressive men-at-arms or FC Huang. And over here we have some fish being taken. There it is again from Youpudding. I still don't know exactly what's causing it, but I am pretty sure it is a software issue. Ugh. I might need to restart OBS. Pretty sure I'm running OBS as admin, which usually helps that. Sorry, let me double check this real quick. I'm just wondering if there is some CPU thing I'm encountering. Okay, let me try to close some windows. Alright. Revert to previous patch. If only I could revert to Windows 10. There it is again. Alright. I'm gonna do one thing, which is restart OBS, which means I need to stop the stream temporarily, so sorry about that. And it might not even fix the issue, but I will attempt to fix it by doing this. Alright, let's try this again. And let me know if this happens again. Hoping that it doesn't. So we go all the way down to 0 viewers, lovely. Anyway, we will have Feudal Age on the way from both of our players and a barracks up from Youpudding at 21 Vils with Fish. It's not just the latest Windows patch doing this. I never had these issues on Windows 10, and I do on Windows 11, so let me know if it happens again. I'm not monitoring myself because I'm afraid that might affect it, but I still need to look into it more. It is a very weird audio bug that I have no idea why it happens. Anyway, archery range coming up for Youpudding at the front. We'll have a blacksmith for him at the back. Combito up to the Feudal Age 2. Blacksmith and stable coming up at the front. And a villager popping out of the TC. Canceling Loom, it looks like, Combito. And Double Bit Axe and Loom both on the way. A little bit better the Hun. Now this is not the first time this happened to me. But it is apparently some ASIO audio driver thing that sometimes doesn't play well with OBS in Windows 11. Sometimes it fixes itself, so if it is fixed, let me know. If it's not, let me know too. So Castle Age, Double Bit Axe, fast castles from both. I've seen Men-at-Arms and Tower Rushes on this map, but in my experience, they don't work out all that well. The TC protects so much that it's hard to do damage properly. Now, some fishing ships here for Youpudding, and we will have a fire galley on the outside. Celts, I think, are an interesting pick for this map because of their wood bonus. Can chop wood more quickly and manage to push fires around the outside, while also collecting enough at the lumber camp. 2 rangers pumping out archers as a Vil walks forward. Oh gosh, Twitch is going to play an ad now because I restarted OBS. Lovely. Sorry about that. And the scouts will fight the archer and kill the archer. Vil wanted to be forward, so this was an attempted Huang, but because of the scout defense from Combito being there in time and the spear not being forward, the Vil will be killed by the scouts. So had that spear been forward, she'd be alive. Had the spear been protecting the Vil, everything would be okay and there'd be a workshop going up. While enough scouts were out in the absence of a spear that they pick off the villager. So a bit of a mistake in the execution there from Youpudding. Being a bit greedy, trying to go forward without the spear, and loses the Vil because of it. And if you plan for Huang, but lose the Vil, what do you then do? What do you do? Do you attempt again to Huang again? Alright, no one's saying anything, so I'm assuming that things are good. I will snooze the ad. As archers are behind the wood line, fending off the villagers. And there will be a fire galley on the outside attacking a fishing ship as the crossbow upgrade comes in at those 2 ranges. And the crossbows on the wood line will force the Vils back to the TC. The Vils on the other side of the wood line still wandering around for Combito as a couple of knights pop out. Crossbows and spear come forward, and they'll get a kill on that villager. But 12 fishing ships to 3 as a fire ship now for Combito comes into the water, and more fires on their way forward, and the Italians player taking them to the seas, disrupting all of these Celt fishing ships, and ruining the food economy for Combito. And he's going to need to get a lot of ruining the food economy for Youpudding. And Youpudding is going to need a lot of pressure here. And maybe with a spear, he could defend the crossbows, but that is a good number of knights now for Combito, pumping them out with armor and pushing the crossbows away. So Combito, I think, taking a score lead, and a well-deserved one here, with a great lead over Youpudding. So Sicilians then Celts, 2 masterpiece civs, and the timing on this Huang rush is off. No knight, or no monk to deal with the knights. And the knights have to run away. So fire is going for the dock. As the crossbows come forward and face a scorpion. And the crossbows will destroy the scorpion by the looks of it. Down it goes. And they'll come forward and hit the wood line with a few low HP Vils on that wood line. Ooh, Vil's going down. And there is that workshop, but how much earlier would that workshop have been had that first vill made it? And now even one monk, maybe there are too many knights out that the monk doesn't work to defend. Youpudding at least safe at home, and he's got to hope that the delayed Whocl rush without any fish will be enough to win the game. As here comes the defensive mangonel for Combito, but it will be downhill. And the crossbows will kill a knight. There are 3 relics spaced out in the middle here for the monk to start grabbing. And looks like the knight and lightcap will get in, and Youpudding will not pay attention. He'll lose 1 and 2 villagers. Our Whocl rush player, full attention on the Whocl rush, no attention under the TC. I just heard a successful conversion, but I don't think 1 conversion is worth the death of now 4, and assuredly a 5th villager. As Youpudding not paying attention and everything collapsing. And, there's Mangonel Micro at the front. 2 defensive Mangonels for Combito. But whatever damage is being done here, I don't think it makes up for finally a Garrison TC. But that's a 38 to 23 eco difference now. And Fire Galley's on the water. Getting some kills, but I don't think that'll be enough for Youpudding. Those fishing ships are being killed way too late. Combito can go to the outside for wood. Small wood lines there. There should be no coming back from this. I don't see it. If there is coming back from it, I don't see it. Still trying to repair the mangonel. Thanks for the advice on a perfect martyr. That is a tough scenario. I've seen a lot of people have trouble with it. Even Nikov, I remember, had trouble with it. That's stable under mangonel pressure. Finally completed on hard was brutal. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. And the stable will collapse as the mangonel defensively for Combito. Can it get it 1 for 2? It gets 1 mangonel and survives. Can't get a second shot off. It needs some repairs. Gets a hit on the mangonel. Repairville for Youpudding forward. And there will be the repairs from Combito. This Combito has more than enough mangonels, I think. Crossbows there trying to shoot the mangonel, and the other mangonel goes down. Mangonel here attacking the house. Oops, some dance moves on that mangonel. And dodge there. Return dodge. And kills the Repairville, perhaps even more valuable than destroying the mangonel. Gets a nice hit on the crossbows, and things continue falling apart for Youpudding, as Combito will safely get up a second TC. That Veil doesn't know how to build, but that will go up. And on the other side, the gold Veil is still collecting there for Youpudding. And the dock looks okay. Mangonels go for the TC. And a couple of knights running around for Combito. And we'll have a forward Veil for Youpudding. Mangonel hits another Mangonel. As that lumber camp is being targeted. And the Mangonel goes for the TC. And 2 Mangonel shots clear one of those Mangonels, and Combito continues pulling ahead. 54 to 26 eco units. He's got 13 fishing ships to none. 42 to 26 villagers. And if a Whocl rush is possible on this map, I think the entire thing fell apart when that Veil was killed, and the timing on the Mangonels was not there. At the same time, Combito won the water. So maybe you need to go up slightly slower if you're Youpudding, or do something better to protect the Veil, because you also need to protect your fish on the water. But extremely well managed by Combito here. As the Veil wants some repairs on the Mangonel. Other Mangonel going down. And we'll go down. Oh, actually gets repaired. Lumber camp taking some damage. Mangonel goes down. Lovely. And that'll be now a third TC for Combito, as Youpudding wants to raid with crossbows, but we'll have to be wary of the Mangonel defending. And, well, good thing for Youpudding, he does have 3 relics. That's only 3. As another Mangonel goes down, and 2 more Mangonels for Combito. Keep shooting, trying to take down the Mangonels. Defensive one popping out from the workshop and clears that. As crossbows in the rear hit a Mangonel, hit a fishing ship. And Youpudding doing what he can to hold on, doesn't want to resign too early. But I'm afraid these Mangonels won't be able to hold up too much longer as repairs come in as a knight comes forward. And a couple of knights for Combito going to pick off Mangonels, and when you have knights out and the Mangonels are not defended, it's not good for the Celts player. You need your monks, your spears, your pikes. And nice Mangonel shot. Oh, beautiful for Combito. Buffalo converted. He's trying to hit the knight with the Mangonels. It's not quite working out for him. I'll have to block the knight with another Mangonel and go for the quick repairs. Trying to hit the crossbows, lots of micro here. That Mangonel just goes down. Great knight, no monk there for Combito. The monks against knights are super important. This TC looks like it'll go down. So, okay, finally, Celts, even when they're down, they still want to eat the TC. And that pressure will keep coming forward. Mangonel goes for the crossbows. They split just at the last moment, but don't split again, and another Mangonel hits them. The Celts push continuing. Monk needs a conversion, gets the conversion. Don't think it'll save the Mangonel, though. Good use of a knight from Combito. 81 to 26 eco population. Res collected is ridiculously close, considering he has almost 4 times the eco, 3 times the eco, at least. Still 20 fishing ships as he's continued docking the outside. Snooze the ad for a 3rd time. So the Mangonel goes down. And a watchtower comes up from Combito. House in the back for Youpudding as the Mangonels make their way forward. Defensive tower and workshop on the way. So 2nd workshop for more Mangonel production. Combito has to be careful about his wood control now. Maybe there's still a way for Youpudding to win this game if he controls all the wood. He's controlling the middle and the hill. I don't think Combito, does he have a market yet? Yes, he does have a market. Worried though he might need to buy wood. All the gold can be controlled from the middle too, as that Mangonel Youpudding goes down. And the defense continues, but finally the Celts have their army composition of monks, knights, crossbows, and Mangonels that Youpudding has been wanting to get to. We check, he does have Town Watch, so that outpost will give him some good vision, as the knights want to snipe off a Mangonel. But nice attempt to flee. That TC will get some good shots in. No fletching, but guard tower is up. Guard tower will be much better at stopping the Mangonels. Monks need to convert here. Bit of a misclick there as they walked before converting. And Combito will have to delete the knights. So 4 defensive Mangonels. Celts, remember, no redemption from them. But guard tower is going up, and Youpudding will call the GG because, oh, look at this. Guard tower rush. Combito simply sent a few vills forward. And 94 vills to 26 would have vills to spare if Youpudding decided to vill fight there. They simply fall even farther behind in eco, and that's 2-0 for Combito. Ooh, interesting game there. Sorry about the audio issue at the start. Seems like that's fixed because chat hasn't complained anymore. But thanks for letting me know about that. Head back out to OBS. I know what I need to do. I need to zoom in game. Maybe that helps. You're not here to complain yet? Hello, British Caboose. Oh yeah, my browser refreshed since we started OBS. So that's 2-0 for Combito. I will make some updates to that so it doesn't refresh and lose everything. But that'll be a win on Monocle. And Youpudding losing his home map of Stranded. And that means we have Coast Arena next. So that was Celts and Sicilians losing to Italians and Romans. And what do we have now? Portuguese Armenians, maybe. Burgundians Armenians. Ooh, Bengali is also useful. Huns, probably not a Coast Arena civ. They seem more like a Stranded civ. Had to move one vill to food to restart making vills. His army was not food dependent. I don't know, at that point, if you're making the vills, you might be a bit too far behind to come back with villagers. Alright, so Twitch is going to play an ad in 2 minutes. Your dogs say hi. Well, hello to the dogs. Hello, hello. And I guess we'll just let the ad run in the Dark Age so I don't spend too much time here. And it will be Coast Arena, so we'll have a long Dark Age indeed. Coast Arena. So Combito, already up 2-0, gets to play his home map. And it is an arena map, so we can speed up the Dark Age. I'm just going to take a look at how everything spawns. Everything looks absolutely lovely here. And we did somewhat limit the fish in the corners. So the water won't be too valuable, or spawning in a corner versus the side won't be too valuable. We only really have 1, maybe 2 layers of fish spread around. That seems to be quite consistent. On this map, your gold and your stone are forward. And there are a lot of neutral resources in the middle. We also cleaned up the road terrain that was under the TC to make it look a bit less distracting. We had a couple of complaints about that early on, apparently. So that has been cleaned up. And now time for a Borrelor. Players also do have oysters in the back of their base. They can take them from vills on their initial docks, but also they have to be wary of the fact that there is no gold on the outside other than those oysters, and going to the middle is necessary at some point if your gold gets castle dropped. Maybe it could be worth it. Don't think we'll rewrite the map at this point, but to put some more oysters scattered around the outside at various points. So there is some gold access on the outside. And it's not like it's completely safe, because you could be pressured there. Your opponent does have access to that area just as you do. Get a very fancy belay outfit. It might be too valuable. That's a good one, Tetracycle. That's a good one. So also 3 gates. Diagonal gates. I need to make a video about how I did this because it was crazy, but I also streamed it. So if you go back in my live stream VODs, you'll probably see some epic hacks with using comments as if statements to get the wonderful diagonal gates that can't be tower hopped because of the way I set them up. So scout fight in the middle. Phone giving me a battery low warning. And there we go. Feudal Age on the way for Combito. He will be up first. He'll be up first. So we'll fast forward through this a bit as the mule cart goes up on the side. And that'll be Feudal Age for Combito as he gets up a house. And has his fishing ships collecting the oysters. Alright, so he wants some gold from the oysters. You can use them as part of your FC build order. So you can maybe skip a mining camp and collect gold from oysters. So right away we'll have double bit axe there for the Armenians being more efficient. Portuguese, a civ I expect we'll see here a lot, and it will be a galley for Combito. Wish we could get this map on the normal ranked ladder. I do not want to make this work for all map settings, but it does look super fun. I agree. There's you putting up the Feudal Age, market blacksmith for him in the back. But does he have anything from the dock? 1 fire galley. Is 1 fire galley going to defend against 2 galleys? Ooh, actual galleys. Galleys attacking the fishing ships. They have to run back to the safety of the dock. Remember, you can't garrison. That was the water patch feature. That is not public yet, going to be part of the DLC. It was just in the water tournament. And the fishing ships will run away as the galleys hunt them down. Comments as if statements, as in that odd parsing behavior of the script engine, yes. Yes, indeed. The fishing ships sail away as a galley here is stuck on the wall. And Youpudding gonna run the fishing ships, but that means running them into his opponent's fishing eco. But more fishing ships on the way for Combito, who looks very well prepared, well prepped. And playing well on this map. So, again, apologies for the extra ads when I restarted OBS to fix the sound issue. Twitch decided it was going to play more ads, so sorry about that. Hopefully we're past that now. So we'll have a 12 vil lead for Combito, which again comes down to the efficient fishing ship numbers. But he went feudal galleys. We'll have an FC from Youpudding versus feudal galleys for Combito. Now, in terms of oysters, he has 1, 2, 3 oysters, so 800 gold left in the back. But if Youpudding were to come forward and, as the Portuguese, castle drop that gold, I don't think there'd be much coming back, and I think that's exactly what he wants to do. Now, we did put the gold and the stone more forward, so if you scout, you should be able to see them with a feudal age scout. There should be pieces of land in each corner. Maybe 2 of them could even hold a relic in each corner on the minimap. Yeah, I guess that's true. The corners are kind of empty since we removed the fish. Oh, okay, we'll have archers. Archers for Combito. Archers in a vil fight. That castle will not be on the gold. This is the thing, if you see archers, you can do a workshop in scorpions. So Combito's strat will be to vil fight the castle drop, and with the archers, this is working. This is brilliant for Combito. Fletching is on the way, the castle is deleted, and Combito is taking a 3-0 in this set. The scout goes down. Brilliant play from Combito to go feudal water plus archers. And that was the threat. That was the threat, that the castle goes forward and punishes the galley player. But with the brilliant archer play, will stop the forward castle. Now, won't stop the castle entirely, but Youpudding there has lost 10 eco units between vils and fishing ships. There is the GG. So brilliant from Combito, went feudal galleys to harass the fishing ships, so Youpudding couldn't get a free fast castle. Youpudding tried to go forward for the castle, but was stymied by the archers. The gold and the stone were forward and can be scouted, but you build your military units in the back and they're not scouted. Oh, that was great. That was great. Oh, it was destroyed. Wait, that wasn't deleted. It was destroyed. Oh, okay, wait. I gotta go watch that again. Let me start the rec from the beginning. Hold on. Play again. I thought it was deleted and recreated inside the base. Let me just watch that. We can't rewind the free version of Capture Age, unfortunately, but we'll just do that from the beginning. But I swear he deleted and built in his base. He wouldn't have that much stone to rebuild it if it wasn't deleted. But we'll check. Well, 13.5x, check. Or 8x, whichever one of them is the x we're using. Wait, 1x. Oh, 1x is 1.7, and 8x is 1.7 times 8 equal to 13.5. Wait, calculator that. Okay, 1.7 times 8, 13.6. All right. All right, so we'll see the castle goes forward. Not going to be long till we get there. And mining camp on the stone. Scout patrolling. And barracks will go up for Combito. And mining camp on the gold. Market blacksmith up as Castle Age comes in. And Hagrider, thank you very much for the sub.
I hear the growl of the jaguar. Is this a bad omen?
Growl of the jaguar. Okay, so we wanted to see if this was deleted or destroyed. It has 800 HP on it. Yeah, that was deleted. He gets the stone back, and then immediately he places the castle. So if you looked at the castle was gone and saw the stone was gone, it's because he immediately built the castle back there. Well, that growl of the jaguar was a bad omen, but we knew about this. And we can just watch these vills die again. And out the wreck a second time. So there we go. Nice game from Combito. Gotta hand it to him. Extremely well done. And that is a great 3-0 for Combito. So congrats to Combito. First set of Silver League in the books for him. I'm not going to go look at the standings yet because I have more sets to cast and I don't want to spoil them. But Combito, every game, that first game was crazy with the longswords. If T90's highlighting games, that would be a good highlight. But very well prepared for his home map and handled the Huang Rush on Youpudding's home map. So 3-0 for him. Next set, we'll do Gabby versus Husiel. So let me just grab the drafts for that. Let me see who's on which side. That'll be, yep, Gabby on the left and Husiel on the right. How is this? Is the CL capitalized? Is this the T-West stream? It is. Have I thought of streaming every game in the outfit I had on during Noble Apartment Cup? Well, if we hit the Tuxedo 200 sub goal, I will stream the Red Bull this weekend in that outfit. The growl of Combito. Have I thought about hot tub stream? I don't think I can do that on Twitch. Alright. Oh yeah, I was gonna check Husiel. It's not capitalized. So let me just get into this and we'll put the names on the scoreboard. It'll be Game 1 Monocle. Gabby's home map is Bypass. I was not expecting Gabby to pick Bypass. What is this? Gabby turning into a bit of a clown, maybe, picking Bypass. And then Zimbabwe will be the home map of Husiel. We're gonna get 2 closed maps in a set with Gabby? What is this? Stream title? Update the stream title. Yes, yes, yes. So far, we've seen infantry civs. So this will be Gabby versus Husiel. And let me just enter their elos and capture age, and then we'll get rolling. So, also do the flags. Chile, Brazil, and this is elo for Husiel is 2473. Against Gabby, who nowadays is 2444. So a very close match in terms of elos. Is this live? These are not live. These are not live. They were played yesterday at the same time as Vinch versus Hart. So we'll have Husiel to the west in the blue as the Dravidians, Gabby to the east in the red as the Japanese. Now, I will say I have seen this mini-map before because the neutral stone on the outside did not spawn very fairly and there is no stone in the back for Gabby, but she does still have stone on the outside here. I don't think that'll matter too much in general on this map. I've seen a lot of aggression in the middle with men-at-arms. Let's see if it comes into play here. But this is something I'm looking to address in the next update. Who is the favorite? I mean, 2444 to 2473. I think it is pretty darn close. And a deer now pushed in for Gabby. And I'll have a lumber camp going up on the side for her, as it is more deer pushing. The boars are very close to the TC on this map, and yet I still have seen quite a few lame attempts. And this is what I said earlier, a few stretches where it's hard to fit mills. Here, though, you could fit a 3x3, maybe even a 4x4 building. So I'm wondering what can be done about that. And no lame. I'll just speed the Dark Age up, but she'll have to lure that boar around the house. And the boar will get a bite out of the Vil. And be taken by the TC. So Vil's on the outside, they're gonna run back to the box turtles and the shorefish, find a spot to mill. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. She didn't have a great spot inside all 4 of them to mill, so I had to go to the outside. And that's something, this is a very tricky thing in the map script to address properly, but I'm going to take a stab at it. So Vil is shooting the deer under the TC. And we'll have a barracks coming up now for Husiel. And Feudal Age on the way for both.
Setting.
Gotta stretch my neck a bit. That's why it's part of my entire left side. I was talking about my shoulder therapy earlier. Left side of my neck doesn't quite have the same range of motion as the right. Sometimes I get a bit tight while casting. Anyway, Militia here coming forward for Husiel. Gabby giving chase. I'm sure they'll both click Men-at-Arms as soon as they're up. Actually, Husiel won't because he's lacking the gold. He needs to drop off the gold, and did loom, queued loom after Feudal. Risky on this map with how aggressive these pushes can be, but there is a range coming up at the bottom for Gabby. And hello. Hello, Ilon's Baskets. How you doing? Everyone give Ilon's to Baskets in the chat. So, Men-at-Arms on the way for Husiel. And a tower coming up for Husiel, right by those shorefish in the back. And Vil's on the gold. As the Men-at-Arms on the outside, still wandering around. And we'll have a fight where Gabby has the numbers advantage. And we'll try to fight them down.
உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி உங்கள் சித்தம்
As the archer continues chasing.
என்ன கட்டளை
And the Men-at-Arms look like they'll go down. And we'll see, we'll see.
உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி என்ன கட்டளை சரி என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம்
And another house, another pair of houses going up for Husiel.
என்ன கட்டளை
And the scout will run from the tower.
சரி
As the Men-at-Arms keep running. Tetracycling with a good lawns. Raphael, if you're asking if it's live, it is not currently live. These are wrecks that were played yesterday at the same time as the Heartfinch set. So Men-at-Arms from Gabby still doing some damage. At the same time, though, Archer's now getting into her eco. She does have a tower up. That's a wonderful second mill. Tower trying to defend. Fends the archers off. Had to attend to a spreadsheet, not by error in Viper. So, Scout getting some hits on the skirms. Tower takes down the Scout. So, Men-at-Arms attack the house, as the Archer will attack the house too. And we'll have a lumber camp up in the back for Husiel. Double bit axe on the way for Gabby.
சரி
And, ooh, that is a weak Vil, and not an overchop, but still a weak Vil, and she will have to run away from that lumber camp and go back to one in A few tiles over. I'm very worried about that villager. She might have to retire from her career as a lumberjack and go work on a farm. Or on a I guess the shorefish are dangerous too. You don't really have a place to keep weak vills on this map. Maybe a gold mine. And she finally will go down. Gabby trying to defend with skirms, but not quite paying attention to the low HP vill. Lots of stuff going on as she's trying to raid with her own men-at-arms and break in. This is the type of map I think Gabby's going to play a lot in this event. It feels aggressive and like it'll fit her playstyle. Archers chasing the men-at-arms away. Skirms come over too. And they will go for the archers, taking one down. Archers go for the man-at-arms. And we'll have scale mail armor on the way for Husiel. As the archers hit the man-at-arms, force him back. And that vill will have to run away. Palisade wall hit by the men-at-arms, skirms hitting the house. And vill getting skirmed down. As the vills have to run away from the wood line. Skirmishers popping out from the ranges. It'll be a scared skirm versus skirm plus archer fight. But remember, these are Dravidian skirms, the scary Dravidian skirms that attack faster. Gabby starting to run low on man-at-arms numbers, maybe. Not low on skirms, of course. Clutching on the way. That will make them more effective against the men-at-arms. Doubles the... Oh, I would say doubles their damage, but nope, it doesn't, actually. They have armor. They have armor. That doesn't double the damage. So even committing to armor against the men-at-arms does help out against skirms. Skirms on the hill now do 1.25 damage instead of 1, so still good to get fletching. In addition to the range, also still in some situations boosts the attack. So skirms being collected for Husiel as he clicks up to the castle age. Around 300, 350 more res collected. And the Japanese have a lot of bonuses going for them. The cheaper mills. The faster attacking infantry. The cheaper drop sites. So probably saving more wood than the Dravidians even get from their plus 200 bonus. But maybe this comes down to a situation where the skirms will matter more than the men-at-arms, and their faster attacking skirms could be even better. Nice house wall there from Gabby. We'll keep the archers away. Don't know if she'll get enough HP on it for it to matter, though. And again, a weak vill that she has to tend to, and needs a house wall up between that tree and that palisade, and maybe missed an opportunity to have done that a bit earlier and gotten more HP on it. Again, it'll be a house that doesn't have that much health to it. Market on the way for Gabby. Husiel will see that market, and he'll know about the timing difference. They didn't seem like a really strong pick for this map. That they do. That they do. I agree with that. And skirm goes down. I think the Japanese will be a good civ too. And oh, there is a hole. There's always a hole. Gabby didn't wall all the way to the wood line, and this pressure will continue as forging and arson are on the way. I have no doubt that we will see men-at-arms. Gabby has to buy stone and quickly throw up a tower, because those men-at-arms will do damage to those vills. Will we see longswords? Will we see a GG? We will see longswords before elite skirms. And men-at-arms going down. Skirms have to flee. And there'll be gambesons as well. Gambesons and longswords. So maybe thinking of diving a TC then with those upgrades. We have, what, double barracks? Is there? I don't see a third barracks anywhere, but double barracks for Husiel. As the skirms from Gabby will be wandering around. Archer goes down. And there will be a watchtower going up atop this hill. Skirms killing other skirms, killing the archers as they run away. And chainmail crossbow even for Husiel. Crossbow before elite skirm, that feels weird given this composition. Gabby still on her way up. 500 res difference. Crossbows maybe thinking of raiding vills more. Getting a good raiding party with longswords on the side. And 20 to 20 military. Gabby mostly skirms right now. Feels maybe a bit underwhelmed against all the longswords. Longswords coming in, they kill Vils rather quickly. No, Vil goes down. That's 4-0 Eco KD for Husiel. And the crossbows will go down. Skirm's trying to defend the tower. What I've learned is even feudal skirms beat longswords when you can get enough of them. But you do have to get enough of them, as well as Bodkin on the way for Husiel. Longswords going down to the skirms. Yes, they are. More skirms on the way. Longswords keep going down. Longswords dying. Crossbows and skirms getting some hits on the Vils. There's Gabby up to castle. And we'll need to do Bodkin in Elite Skirm as fast as she can. Elite Skirm still beats this army, but the eco inefficiency is adding up as now res collected have skyrocketed for Husiel. Because of the shorefish, you're not spending all that wood on farms. And you will have a really fast source of food income if you keep expanding. Still no farms for Gabby, not even milling the berries. Should I remove the berries actually and give you more space around the TC on this map maybe? Probably too big of a change now, but I haven't really seen players take them. I guess they give you a nice backup in case your fisher denied. But don't see that as anything other than a backup on this map. So longswords low on HP, but taking out the tower, and the longsword push continues as once again, I have seen infantry being the dominant force on this map. And we'll have another outside TC there for Husiel. As the crossbows and skirms wander around. Wall up for Gabby. She did have a mining camp out on the stone. And Atticus Finches, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Saladin, where are you going with that great army?
Saladin, where are you going indeed? Where's Husiel going with all of these long swords? We'll go for the tower. Some Vils garrisoned there. The Vil going down. Down they go. And archers hitting with a long sword. More long swords going for the skirms. Long swords go down. Malians and Romans should be great too here. Good Viking map. Should be a decent Viking map. I think the Vikings are maybe hurt though, because wheelbarrow tends to benefit farms more than other villagers. I don't know how well it benefits the shorefish villagers if they have to walk back and forth farther at the top. Remember, Dravidians also carry more from their shorefish villagers. And maybe with how awkward the shorefish are placed and how many villas you have out there, might be a good benefit on this map. As those crossbows are forced back. And Gabby's still trying to raid. Well, that res difference, now well over 2k. And with a 10 Vil plus lead, Husiel will continue climbing in eco and adding in yet another TC. More skirms slaughtering Vils on the outside for Gabby, as that's a 15 to 4 eco KD lead for Husiel. Gabby trying to find some Vils, but only finding longswords, who now with squires speed past the elite skirms, and we'll try to catch them. Is this enough elite skirm to counter longsword? 1+3, so they do have all 4 armor against the 5 attack of the skirms. So everything where it needs to be for Husiel there to beat the skirms and push them away. Longswords coming in on the Vil. I shall have to garrison the TC and start shooting down the longswords. Forward workshop there for Husiel as crossbows come around. And we'll start whacking away at that palisade. Crossbows come forward to force the longswords back. And skirm is still skirming around. Workshop on the way for Husiel. And longswords look to push through the house. More crossbows on the side. More skirms on the side too. And the men-at-arms will go to try to push through the house. Gabby needs to repair it. Did I say men-at-arms? I meant longswords. And they are through, and this is looking almost GG for Gabby. It's the 20-vil, 3 TC to 2 lead. And a forward range there. Husiel should be able to go for the TC2, or his TC soon does have arson. Crossbows, some of the long swords.
Sari.
Ganel hitting the crossbow, and the crossbow goes down. Another range for Husiel, and a workshop up for Gabby. Vil still pumping out of the TC. TC defending against the Mangonel. Gabby's still looking to raid, but that's a lot of longswords chasing this army. I think the longswords will probably win that very easily. Mangonel still going for the TC as knights from Gabby an attempt to stop the Mangonels, but nice gate there from Husiel. Is there a hole? There's got to be a hole there. Oh, but he realizes and builds a house. Great quick walling. As the knights will run around the outside. Mangonel still coming forward as the crossbow will block the gate. The knight's actually forced into a Mangonel. Why is Gabby not making infantry as the Japanese? I think it's a bit beyond the point where infantry could have been added. I think you need to commit to it early on with all of the upgrades the longswords need. You could question the feudal age approach though, where she tried to go men-at-arms plus skirms. Maybe could have committed to men-at-arms more there. So far from this map, I have seen heavy men-at-arms commitments work out. And on the outside, this group of crossbow skirms still chased by the longswords. Some good skeleton theming up here at the top. Man, do we need the skeletons there? Maybe I should do the map without the skeletons and let the unit skeletons color it. I guess it's nice to have some additional scenery, though. So longswords going down. Your pro scenery, especially scenery that makes walling harder. Well, I don't think the skeletons affect walling at all. You can wall atop them. But now that army has come back for Gabby, but the longswords keep pushing. It's a 25 vil lead for Husiel. As Vil's at the TC, will be mining more stone. And crossbows and skirms chase the longswords away. You see in the back, being added to the gold, along with the deer. And Gabby, at this point, we'll call the GG. Husiel will take the win. And she's been behind for a while. That Mangonel even threatening the villager, but she knows the situation. And not going to come back from this. That would be 4 TCs would be a nice boom. Hello, Daddy Longshanks. So from the stats, it'll be even a better KD for Gabby, but the eco pulled so far ahead for Husiel. There's no coming back there. Nope, this is a play all 3 Firebrand tactics. I play all 3. So I'll let the ads play, then get into game 2, but we'll update the scoreboard. So we have here, it's a win for Husiel on Monocle. And as far as civs go, that was Dravidians over Japanese. So I'll just let the minute of ads play, then do game 2, which will be on Gabby's home map of Bypass. So thank you all for tuning in, and especially thank you for all the subs we've gotten. We are now only 40 subs away from the tuxedo goal, which is kind of the final goal I had in mind for the subathon. So maybe we hit it this weekend. I'd very much appreciate that because that helps me pay for all my Red Bull travel expenses. Yep, TTL is always play all 3 until playoff rounds. I'm not going to show the standings on the Wikipedia page until I cast all 4 of these sets because I don't want to spoil the sets I'm not casting yet. We'll go over that at the end of the stream. Just wanted a reason to wear the tuxedo. That too. That too. Let's reopen Capture Age. Also, just to double check, have those audio issues come back at all? Have they come back? If they haven't, that is lovely. And I haven't heard complaints about them, so I think we're good. No issues. Lovely. Thank you, Hackor. So now that Twitch has played its horrible ad, we'll go back to Gabby versus Husiel and get into game number 2 on Gabby's home map, which, very, very surprisingly to me, is Bypass. I was not expecting Gabby to pick a clown map. And of all civs, to pick the Turks when their Janissaries have been nerfed. So late game Britain's Turks. Back in AOC, Britons win this matchup hands down with their extra range. The Turks did not have a good answer to archers, but these days, the Turks, fully upgraded heavy cav archers with extra hit points with Sipahi. Artillery now costs food and gold instead of stone. No more stone cost, so it's actually cheaper. And the bombard towers get up to, what is that? I think 13 range, and their cannon up to 14 range. So they outrange the longbows by quite a bit. And their hussars, of course, have 1 extra pierce armor. So if you get to a late game situation when you're spamming, going down the sides for hussar raids, or fighting in a narrow passageway, the one civ where, unlike the French cannon, the Turk cannon actually might fare well against the English longbows. Bombard clowning. Nasty Twitch ads is. I do feel horrible that you get sports betting ads, most likely. That's what I get all the time on Twitch. And that is not the thing I want advertised to people. Thanks for casting. Thanks for watching, Prawn. How am I feeling about my casting career? The community appreciates your effort and technical knowledge. The one thing I want to do better this year is get better about YouTube uploads. I've been doing a lot of map scripting, and that takes a lot of time. But I want to get, I want to stay about consistent with the casting like I've been the past year, while also still getting back to the YouTube editing I've done in the past. That is, as far as things are concerned, my goal. And I think probably the YouTube viewership on the stream there goes up if I'm able to get more edited videos done properly. So it's all about consistency for me. How do Werewolf Trebs do against artillery bombard cannon? They do outrange the cannon, that's true. But if you play the game of dodgeball, I would think the artillery cannon are the best cannon against Werewolf Trebs. Britons do have siege engineers, so their Trebs get up to 17 range, compared to the 14 of the cannon. But with the mobility, the cannon still should be able to dodge pretty well. That's a good point, and that is the one advantage the Britons have gained against the Turks. Their Werewolf Trebs. If you get a big group of Werewolf Trebs, I think it's actually still kind of hard to push them with cannon. And Estonian13, thank you for the follow. But the cannon themselves can be complemented by hussars raiding the Trebs. And if you're Britons and you're trying to go Werewolf Trebs and Arb plus Longbow and Halb to protect from hussars, it's a lot of tech lines. The Turks are easier to do all the tech lines because of their free hussar upgrades. Free hussar upgrades, and you're just worried about the armor. And depending on the situation, Sipahi heavy cav archers, if you're using them in more of a mobile hussar combination than a choke point combination, can do pretty well against Briton archers because of all the HP they have, and their ability to close the distance and negate some of the range with their mobility. So these days on Arena, I usually favor the Turks in the matchup, but Bypass creates a different situation because of the narrowness of the choke points. I also wouldn't be surprised to see Gabby pick a civ where she could go for a Men-at-Arms Trush on this map, but that's probably not what the Turks are doing. So quicksand in the middle. Here are some more of those skeletons as scenery on the quicksand. This is essentially a reskinned rock terrain where behaves the same, you cannot build atop it. So house, continuing the wall for Husiel, knowing he's against Gabby and knowing that Men-at-Arms Trush can be a strategy on this map. might think maybe she's prepared something for the clown map. Oh my gosh, the zebra getting into the wood line. And you can't free that with the scout anymore, thanks DE. That's a good thanks DE moment. I wonder if, I mean, one strategy for Gabby would be to hunt the zebra and then build a second lumber camp to drop off the food. As now some goats come into the TC, and we'll have a Vil heading out to the gold mine, adding in a mining camp. And the scout on the outside will still be hoovering around. And we'll have a zebra pushed in from Husiel out here. Nice goat on the outside too. And we'll have a Vil heading to the gold. Heading to the gold. What's an ad? You don't get them on YouTube. Werewolf can hurt trebs against bombard cannons because they can dodge the exact location of the treb shot. That's true, but the treb shots also have blast radius. And usually I find that's more useful in destroying the cannon as they're trying to dodge. According to our clown king, John Slow. Yeah, there are definitely pluses and minuses to it. It's not a straight benefit. And oh my gosh, Husiel also being cursed by the zebras running into the woodline. You know, I did edit the map. The one change I made to bypass was to cut the wood lines down by 2 or 3 tiles on the very edges to ensure that each player consistently had 2 gates. Sometimes the wall would be too short and a gate wouldn't spawn. If you only have 3 tiles, there's not enough room for a gate. So I just made sure there was room for a gate, but maybe now players are making the mistake of pushing zebras through the gate instead of deleting a palisade and running into the downside of having the zebras in the forest. So house for Gabby, she's going to make sure she can make 2 Vils in feudal as she collects the rest of that zebra. Just dropped off at the mill. Bit of walking time, but nothing too bad. But that is a great question. Werewolf Trebs versus Bombard Cannon, and if it goes late, we'll probably see that. Remember, the one change made to Janissaries is their range was reduced from 8 to 7. In the past, Britain crossbows had 8 range, and they were good against Janissaries, being the only crossbows that actually matched their range. Here now, they actually outrange the Janissaries, so that makes the Britain crossbows extra scary against the Turks in the Castle Age. Yeah, only 3 palisade tiles. It needs, I would say 4. I think it actually needs 5 to spawn the gate. I think it needs 5. Here you can actually tower hop. You could do the tower in the corner and hop over. Don't know if Gabby would ever do that, but would be amazing to see. That was a good old arena strategy. With the gates were not in the center of walls, they were in the corners of walls. And if you have 2 wall tiles, you can't tower hop, but a wall tile and anything else diagonally. Wall in the gate, wall in the gold, wall in the tree, wall in the house, you can hop over. Important to be aware of that. That got patched and fixed. Nope, that's still a thing. That is an AoE2 mechanic. That's how it works. The only thing that changed was the location of gates on Arena. In the rare occasion you still have a gate in the corner, you can still hop over like you always could. Hardest direction to hop, though, is pretend this gate were 1 tile over from the south to the north, because you need to be very precise in how you set the gather point. And in that direction, it's hard to see to set the gather point with how tall the tower is. So Castle Age for Gabby, Castle Age for Husiel. And Gabby will stone wall. So there are a couple tiles of, I think, always 2 tiles of normal terrain beyond the quicksand. And that means you can wall there and you can outpost there. Lovely choice for outposts is Gabby. No town watch yet, but I honestly wouldn't mind town watch as soon as she hits Castle Age here. She'll see the market in Blacksmith and know that it's not an archer opening.
Ready.
But needs also to be prepared for the castle drop. Another thing about the quicksand is you cannot castle drop the middle. The quicksand prevents that. So castle in the back could shoot through the wall, but Gabby then could do 1, 2, delete this, 3, 4 layers of stone wall. Gabby could play Fat Slob style and stone wall up the passage if she wants to. They don't have Discord open, so I need to check the notifications. Okay, good. No one trying to message me while casting. And Husiel deciding, let's boom. Using the Britain's cheaper TC, went to the outside. Gabby needs to make sure she scouts that with her light cap. Looks like she will. It would give more intel. Did she do that? Oh, no, she didn't. I think you also gain a bit of line of sight as you age up naturally. And Gabby will be doing her own castle. Okay, okay. Part of me wonders if on this map it would ever be worth it to open with a workshop and go for a ram mangonel push for a forward castle. I guess at that point you're putting yourself at risk of the Britons player doing a counter castle. But this might just be a simple Petard Janissary rush or a ram mangonel Janissary rush. I think rams make sense there, and unfortunately for Gabby, she didn't actually scout the TC there. Although if Gabby is paying close attention, it's important to scout both sides because you can see these zebra corpses in the fog of war. And I wonder if she'll recognize that. You can see the hunted zebra in the fog of war, and that will tell you your opponent's out there. And from that, you can very likely guess they TC'd. I mean, they could have milled. Maybe Armenians and Georgians could do a mule cart there, but I'm pretty sure you see that in the game itself, and that's not just a spectating thing. And you can tell where your opponents are building their TCs because of that. So boom versus all in. Looks like it. That's 3 Janissaries. Again, the nerfed Janissaries. And a crossbow defense, I still think shuts this down from Husiel. But he has enough stone. He can go for a defensive castle and a longbow defense. Question for Husiel is, where do you put the castle? Do you build it at the front or the back? So the front would help stop the initial ram push. Could add a couple of mangonels behind and then defend. The castle at the back is more of an imp preparation, where he's anticipating Gabby goes imp and goes for cannon, and he wants the castle at the back to keep it safe from the cannon. One interesting thing if you're going to stay in the castle age is always yeomen. I don't know if this would ever be worth it, but you could go for yeoman longbowman with 9 range. But against the Turks, if they do artillery, that's still against the 14 range cannon. But you're probably not getting 14 range if you're in fast imp mode. So Gabby deletes the gate. Not even going to use the gate as a gate, just deletes everything. Janissaries should be there in time to stop the walling. And break through the wall. Ram forward. Wait, why is there no palisade there? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. There are houses behind it. Did Husiel delete a palisade earlier? That is unfortunate for him. But the ram push commences. Gabby not even bothering to use the petards now that she sees the ram is successful. But it will be a longbow defense, fletching on the way, and there'll need to be bodkin after the longbows. Longbows, I think, one of the best units against the Janissaries.
Ready.
And Janissary push feels like maybe not the strategy against the Britons from the Turks, who have a great boom going, up by 10 vills. And this is now Husiel needing to hold the push. If he holds long enough, he should win. And Ram going for the market. And we'll have gold mining on the way for Husiel as another Ram comes forward. And the longbows go for the Janissaries. They'll be pushed back, though. And have to hop in the TC, though. Nice TC hop in there. And pinwheel of farms around the mill in the back, protected by the castle. Longbows still need bodkin. With bodkin, then, they outrange the Janissaries, and they'll take much better fights. Ballistics could also be nice. The great thing about this map when you take the hunt is that you're not investing into farms as early, so you have a bit more wood to play around with. And lots of wood as the Britons with their TCs. So nice to see Britons used in a 1v1 setting. I expect to see a lot of Britons on bypass. Does Gabby see the castle? Yes, she does. And hello, Donut. How are you doing, Donut? Good morning. Hiwoo. Is that how people say hi these days? Hiwoo? That's a good one. Now, Gabby not investing into eco behind this. She will probably invest into Imperial Age soon. The other option is a second castle drop. But against 4 TCs, 2 of which are outside, a second castle only takes 2 TCs. And they got a blacksmith over there for Husiel. Yeah, that's true. Did get the first blacksmith, so we did force another one. And with the mangonel, I think Gabby goes for another castle soon. And And she'll try to end this with a second castle. So, Relic pops out of the monastery. Rams probably need some repairs, and if she can get maybe a 4th ram and then try to push the TC. Britain's a civ where you can think about pushing the castle with rams because they don't have a melee unique unit. If Combito's, or if Combito's last set, if Husiel sees the ram, that'll, have I said Combito a few times during the set because he was blue in the last set? If I do, I apologize. Husiel losing a couple of longbows. Maybe I need to make sure I don't do blue and red every set so I actually get the player names right. Maybe not hitting the farm. Denying farms, and there we go. Defensive castle though for Husiel. Okay, this is crucial now. Gabby can ram push that. She has 4 rams as the castle's going up. And the longbows have to beware of the mangonel. This could be a disaster castle for Husiel, actually. And he's only up by 4 vills. He hasn't had the farming eco to maintain the boom. The longbows die to a mangonel shot. What a shot. And this is a doubt castle by Husiel. Gabby pushing forward. She's going to drop her own castle. There we go. There we go. Look at that forward castle. Longbow's going down. A little lefty. Padded archer armor on the way for Husiel too. That's coming in. And Gabby's gonna go for the blacksmith again, so that'll be armor that won't come in for the longbows. Monastery recollecting relics there. As Husiel as Gabby now has a 1k score lead, and she's about to have a vill lead. Res collected are just about the same too. And that'll be 2 destroyed TCs, and then afterwards a ram push on the castle. Oh, she's gonna build a forward TC on the gold. I like that. Maybe it would have been better between the gold and the wood, but secures the map all the same and protects the vills from longbows. And there go the rams for the castle. We got a rams castle push. Vill there to repair. We have to be petards, and you can't even vill fight here because of the defense of the castle. Gabby might even want fletching just to protect the rams a bit more from vills. But that castle should be pushed now. Vills there to repair the rams. Might need a couple of vills in the rams. That is a bit risky for her, maybe. But at this point, with all the farm she has, she'll be able to keep 2 TCs running. And can think about a 3rd TC, or maybe even the wood upgrade. And this is one of those things where if you're being extra sneaky, you can check your opponent's vill count. I think you can still do this by turning on the future techs option in the menu and then checking the cost of spies in a 1v1 push like this. You gotta divide by 200, but basically you move the decimal point 2 places and divide by 2, and that's the number of vills your opponent has. You use the cost of spies to spy how many vills they have since you have a castle. This is one of those games where that's actually useful. I wonder if Gabby's doing that. One of those clown tricks you pick up on. You need to check if it's still possible, though. It's the type of thing it feels like they might want to patch at some point. So I convert a vill, I convert it back, and delete there from Husiel. So better to convert back and force a delete, because then the monk loses its monk juice, and push on the outside. All the side walling by blue. Oh my gosh, side walling by blue. I'm not even paying attention to that. Side walling by blue as the mangonels come around. You know what Gabby can just do though? She can take her vills. There's no more gold here. All she has to do is run this way, and then use this base. So rams from the back, that will be an attempted watchtower. That tower won't go up for Husiel. So, is he walling her in? Or is he just walling himself out from her army? That wall works in 2 separate ways. So Vill's going for the rams, but they will be hit by mangonels. So will the longbows. We've had a couple of good mangonel shots so far from Gabby. Ballistics finally on the way. Without ballistics, though, the longbows were not effective against all the janissaries and the mangonels. Now Gabby with more villagers, and she is up to the Imperial Age. More res collected. Oh, she's going for a tower. Might need a second tower. Longbows will probably camp that. They have the range to do that. But he's stuck there and can't move now. It will kill quite a few vills, though. What, 26 to 12 Vill KD. As the market goes down, Gabby will find even another TC from Husiel to keep attacking. And oh, wait, there's a hole. There's a hole in the wall. All that walling for one single hole. And, well, she'll at least be aware of the TC now. Turk Hussar next. I don't think it's going to be Turk Hussar because she only has 50 vills. And you need a lot of food to push for Hussars. And also eco for the armor upgrades. So I don't think it'll be Hussar. As the TC kills some villagers. Scout going to go for a vill. So who's trapped in with whom by the walls? No one's trapped because of the hole. And okay, she will lose all the vills out there. So a bit sloppy not to have that scouted. As I said earlier, if she were really paying attention, she'd see the zebra corpses in the fog of war. Now Rams get a tower. And that's a lot of vills out there still. And she's up to imp. Husiel not going to surrender though. That Mangonel has to be careful. Try to attack ground some vills. And time for some trebuchets and bombard cannon. Yeah, exactly. Only 3 on food, and you're not going to do hussars with 3 on food. And this longbow raid has been very effective right now. Gabby hasn't had a way to clean it up. Might even lose another vill to it. Is Husiel still going to come back here? Was it actually a mistake for Gabby to go imp? I mean, she does have 2 TCs to 1 now. She'll get the trebs to kill the cat. Oh my gosh! She needed. Oh no, no, no! She built farms and the vills decided to steal farms under the castle. Oh, she lost more vills there. Oh no, not again. The vills, they finished a farm and they're gonna steal farms by the castle. Oh no. This actually is very... she's deleting it now that she stole it. Yeah, she noticed. She lost like 5 vills to that. That is painful. But the castle will go down. And Husiel will keep booming as his scout will now try to pretend it's a wall. Yeah, and where did all the Janissaries go? The Janissaries were lost to the longbows out here. Diving towers dying to longbows. And the Britons with their cheaper TCs can reboom. Husiel could add in TCs out here on the zebras again. And Gabby doesn't have military to push now. She can't really push longbows. And remember, if Husiel ever gets up, oh, he was going for a ram push, Gabby should be able to fight that with vills. Especially as the tower and then the monastery again will go down. Gabby's now down in TCs. Oh my god, the bypass is an absolutely crazy map, and I love bypass. But she's doing a stable. Is a stable the right choice? This is again the weakness of Turks to longbows. They don't have elite skirm. Longbows have 8 attacks, so they'll punch through the pierce armor a bit better. Gabby will do 1 armor, but still 3 more potential armor for her if she does more upgrades. And as you said, Hussar with no food because a few longbows have been idling the farms. And maybe she just needs 3 or 4 Hussars to be able to clean this. It's not that many longbows, but it's still very annoying. And again, where are the vills? Are the vills out here? I guess there are vills over here that could come around. She's still walled in. It looks like the hole in the wall was plugged. I don't know if this is actually a forest or a straggler. I don't know if that could be palisade chopped or not. Oh, maybe I should actually change the terrain under the trees out here so you can tell. I should use dragon trees there? Okay, that'll be a note for myself. This is where I take map scripting notes during the games. I need to... It's a bypass. Note there. Oh no, Gabby, what are the trebs doing? There's 1 light cav there. You don't have army if you're gonna treb cut here. Okay, the hussar there needs to protect the trebs. Are they going for the walls or the trees? Okay, hussar there. I was worried she was gonna lose 2 trebs to 1 feudal scout. Okay, trebs going for the walls. I think just tree chopping would be better here. What, another castle for Husiel? 10 vil difference. And what does Gabby need to do here? Does she need to add TCs and boom to get to hussars? Losing all of those Janissaries hurts so much. There are now enough longbows out that after all the damage Gabby does, I don't know if she can push. Oh, this is an amazing game. Well, that's the thing if you're the Turks. What military do you make without elite skirm? Janissaries, I still don't like them against longbows. Maybe she could somehow get the next armor and get hussars, but that's going to compete with Vil production. Oh, and sorry on Twitch, we're going to be having an ad in 3 minutes. I can't stop that because I'm out of snoozes for the ads. But again, a reminder, you can hop over to YouTube if you want to keep watching without the ad. Yeah, here the armor upgrades for getting under TCs are crucial. And where are the longbows? The longbows are coming over. That's 12 longbows. 2 hussars aren't going to cut it there. She's getting a few more Vil kills, but the Vil... Remember when Gabby had a Vil lead? The Vils are now flying. For Husiel, Gabby will have to bring the Trebs back. Yeah, and they're only 4 armor on the hussars. They need to get up to 7 armor, and then they are practically invincible since they take only 1 damage. But getting those armor upgrades is going to be tough, especially if Gabby's buying stone. What's she buying stone for? Oh, a tower. She needs a tower to protect gold. Gabby actually has very little gold control now because she doesn't have the outsides. She has to come over here for gold, but that could lead to a ram push or more longbows. Husiel would probably see that. I mean, he still has the scouting there. Hussar's coming forward. Gabby now with 5 hussars. Where are the Trebs? Where are her Trebs? Coming around this way. Oh, those longbows are painful. She's going to use the Trebs to try to fight longbows here. Don't think that's going to work. Bypass gives us incredibly weird games. So hussars go down to the castle. They split to dodge the arrow fire and run around on the outside. They'll be caught by the longbows, though. Longbows with ballistics. If you're really far away from ballistics, sometimes you actually can outrun it a bit. And the Trebs going for the trees. Okay, so what this can do... And they might need to go for the villager first, actually. Treb cut to try to get the hussars into the longbows. And longbows caught from behind by hussars. Caught from the front as the wall goes down. Vil runs into a tower, gets shot, but ballistic's not there. Down it goes. Longbow's going down, but now Gabby's down by 20 Vils, handcart, and much better eco upgrades. Gabby still doesn't have eco upgrades either. But now, room around the right side of the map with her Trebs, but at the same time, she's not walled, and the longbows will get in. 4 stable hussars with 32 farms. I think rather than the additional hussars, it would have been better to focus on the armor upgrades. At this point, you have to know the situation between the attack and the armor interaction. And 4 armor versus even 5 armor is a big difference. And I think it's crucial she gets the armor upgrades. Oh, I love Bypass as a map. I love how crazy and different the games are. But now there's too many longbowmen, up to 340 longbowmen. Hello, Matthew on YouTube. And the TC goes down, so she's still pressuring, but down by 25 Vils. And hussars, you see them trying to clear the longbows. I don't think she has enough. This will be a close fight if Husiel targets the hussars properly. He's going to find a little gap where he can be trapped and surrounded, but he's trying to minimize the hussar attack surface area. And he'll lose a few longbows, but things still... Ooh, hussars go down. And ram push on the castle will not work. Vil's there to repair and defend. This is where Gabby might need 1 mangonel in the back to deal with rams. That's still expensive with her eco, 70 Vils. With 70 Vils, you'd hope she could afford the second Castle Age armor upgrade. But Imp is on the way, and Imp might end it. Gabby's still up by 100 score. But Husiel... Oh, Husiel losing longbows to the castle. Good thing that castle doesn't have ballistics. Oh, he ran into the arrows, though. Remember, as soon as Imp comes in, the Britons get 1 more range. And then it's ballistics and chemistry with that food eco. And then they'll devastate these Hussars if they're not at 7 armor.
Mandatum ready.
Even if they are, they're now doing more damage, and it's not 1 damage. And the Hussars are so expensive. Ram's going down. And it's Werewolf Trebs. If he can do Werewolf Trebs, it's base trade. It's more like Gabby has the inside, and Husiel has the outside. And she can't get enough Hussars to clean the longbows, even if she gets a few more raids over here. Well, I guess Gabby taking the map over here, but only 1 Hussar left to deal with the longbows. That Vil chopping wood will retreat. Oh, what a game this has been. This has been absolutely crazy. So we're seeing the dynamic between Britons and Turks now.
Ready.
As now we have Yeoman on the way. Imperial Age, that'll be quickly 2 extra range for the longbows. Bracer and Chemistry once Husiel is up. The only question is, does he focus Werewolf? I think it's Bracer Chemistry. He doesn't have the wood for that now. But there, Bracer Chemistry as Imp comes in. Gabby still with a great score lead. Finally, she gets the armor, but that will be counteracted by Bracer and Chemistry now. She gets a nice raid on the Vils down here, but still a 20 Vil difference. And significantly more res. Now, if Gabby notices this, she can actually time her Hussars to run through the gate. Ooh, Husiel noticed, though. He'll run back. Vils go down. This is crazy. Hussars going down to longbows as the Trebs come in. And the Hussars kill the longbow. Outpost goes down. Vil taking some damage, but goes down. And then elite longbow. You can afford an elite longbow. Oh my gosh. He's gonna get to that with Yeoman. 12 range. 12 range. 6 plus 4 attack. That'll be 6 plus 5 with elite longbow. I just want to see this come in. All in on the longbows. Yep. Remember, non-elite longbow itself not nearly as good as Arbalest, actually. Lower stats, unless you think the cost difference helps. But now that they're elite, they look pretty nice. Still look like longbows. Still look pretty threatening. They're more armored. Definitely one of the better elite graphics. And 7 plus 4. Did I say 6 plus 5? That's equal to 7 plus 4. So 11 attack, 12 range. Oh my gosh, it's Jessica with a raid. Thank you so much, Jessica. See, the alert's a bit slow, but thank you so much. Bill's going down to Hussars. And crossbows fend off all of those Hussars. And a TC coming up for Husiel. As Vil goes down. Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everyone. We're here casting Husiel against Gabby in a crazy game. And Wicked Squirrel, thank you for the follow. And oh my gosh, this will be a good raid for Gabby, getting the Hussars in on the Vils. But remember, no attack upgrades on the Hussars, and they're still missing their final 2 armor. And it's now 113 to 89 Vil population as the longbows go through the gate. These walls have been crazy for Husiel. Now walling Gabby in, letting the longbows do some damage. And they will start picking Vils on the farms. And she's still pushing. Still pushing, and she'll call the GG. She will call the GG. And Husiel, what the heck was that game? I thought Gabby had won it. She was imp. She had more Vils. She had killed Husiel's entire base. But throwing the Janissaries, that alert took a while. But thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for raiding. Man, what a game. What I think went wrong was part of the Turks' eco was set up for the fast imp. And if she wants to go Hussars against the longbows, the Hussars are far more expensive and require more farms. And now she loses the Ford Castle and calls GG as that happens. It's a weird situation. I think if she added eco and boomed instead of going imp, she would have been fine. Always a difficult call to make. But the map was so spread out, she wasn't able to do enough damage with all the tribs. And thank you, Demi, also for the follow. Should have chased the Vills. It's tough because there's still limits to what you can do with Janissaries against longbows and towers. So much happened there. I think if she realizes the number of Vills that Husiel had and the eco situation, considering she was an imp, that would have been a fine situation to add TCs and boom. Question is, did she realize that? And it's hard to realize when your opponent has been on the extra TCs and you're chasing them all game, but 141 to 138 KD in favor of Husiel by the end. More res collected for him, and a GG. Oh man, thank you so much, Jessica. Amazing raid. And let me go give you a shout out. Let's see, how many numbers are in your name? 3_4. And I appreciate the follows as we ourselves are climbing towards 15k followers. We are very close, and I hope we hit it this month. If not, the next month. So it's a 2-0 lead for Husiel and Spartan. Thank you for the follow. As that will be Gabby losing Bypass. A surprise pick for her as a home map, but she gave us an amazing game on it. Although an amazing game that she ended up losing. And Zimbabwe will be the next map. Oh, raid incoming. Another raid. I'll give it a second before hopping into the next game then. And this will be game number 3. So GG's, reminder, we are also streaming on YouTube as well. We got 80 viewers over on YouTube, so thank you all so much for watching on YouTube. And yeah, we'll just start the game. Let's start the game already. Run ads real quick. I have the auto ad manager. I forgot to turn that off, so I actually don't have control over the ads. Actually, I'll experiment. I'll experiment if I can do a 30-second ad. Actually, I can't, because the ad manager is controlling them. So we're just gonna jump into the game. We grab some water, then jump into Zimbabwe. And here we go. Now, reminder, Zimbabwe was made by Marintho, but I edited it for this tournament, so any bugs are my fault. We'll have Cumans versus Portuguese. As both players come down to the southwest to scout. And the Vittles immediately come forward for both players to lure in the rhinos. So each player does have one rhino close to their base, in roughly the same position every game, but then there are several elephants down here in the bottom that Gabby's going to attempt a double lure. Okay. Double lure from Gabby. Yeah, bossed around by ad management. I really think there are probably better ways for me to work around the auto ads, but I'll need to figure that out. Switch to YouTube on the TV. I'll see you later, Lefty. Enjoy YouTube on the TV. And okay, double lure from Gabby, luring in the elephant and the rhino. She will go for the gate. And this will be a great start to the game for her, as both animals make their way cleanly through the gate. And she actually did loom very early on for the lure. Interesting to see the loom. Oh, okay, just gonna leave them there, but that's fine. They'll be in her base. She had road signs pointing to the hunt. Hunt down here. Yeah, so earlier we saw a game where a player basically sent their Vill up here looking for the hunt, and was already kind of mentally in a bad state, so called a GG at just over a minute. And gate will be held open by the elephant. So Cumans want to go for a 2 TC boom. Portuguese probably want to pressure that. The question is... Oh, thank you, MZ, for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. I hope those AIs didn't give you too much trouble today. So we have a game here. We're casting a tournament called T90 Titans League. And we have a play all three between Husiel, who's a really good player from Chile, and then Gabby, who is right now the best female player in AoE 2. And we just had a crazy game number 2 between the two of them. And Gabby's trying to pick up a win here. It's a large league. We have silver, gold, and platinum levels. This is the silver league here. And this is a custom map called Zimbabwe, where down here to the bottom left, there are a bunch of elephants. The AIs are getting stomped on. I told you, we need to get some more difficult AIs for those games. Capable of playing some more maps. Love the look of this map. Yeah, so we have a bunch of hunt down here to the southwest. Players start walled in on a hill. They don't have many resources in their base, but there is some wood to the back. And then to the northeast, there are some stone and gold mines up there. What is my AoE 2 rating? I haven't really grinded 1v1s in a long time. Last time I did, I was around 1900. Your elo decays in game over time if you don't play for a while, so it's probably in the mid-18s right now. But I've had so much casting, I haven't really had time to play 1v1s. Yeah, look how Silver League is 2K4. Right, and Gabby had to play through Bronze League to qualify, and actually was one game away from qualifying for Gold, before Fire finally won that set. Yeah, TTL Bronze is essentially the qualifier for the other leagues. But Silver is a great skill level because the players are really good, but they're not going to be at that flawless Hera Viper level of gameplay. So they'll make some mistakes while still also playing incredibly well. Does the map generate at different angles? So I made a couple edits to the map script, as we have the sneaky Vil from Husiel. Oh no! So Husiel saw that Gabby lured the elephants, and the elephants will try to walk back to their starting area. But over the walls, they won't be able to get there. Husiel recognized the elephants would group up in the corner, so he sent his Vil forward to kill the elephants over the wall. Oh, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. And Gabby has to be careful not to lose the Vil to the elephants. She'll get back to the TC. And every time the gate opens, the elephant tries to run past. And now with the scout, Gabby will try to get some control over the elephants again. They're running back and forth over the walls. And what is their HP? It's getting lower. And she will get one back to her TC. Yeah, so if you asked if the map generates at different angles. So as I said, this is a custom map. Originally it was made by Marintho. If you saw a lot of the John Slow closed map tournaments, he's made quite a few maps there. But I made the final edits to all of the maps that we're using now for TTL. And I did edit it so it can spawn at 2 angles. So it can be rotated 90 degrees. So on this version, the food's to the southwest and the hills to the northeast. It can also rotate to put the hill to the northwest and the food to the southeast. I thought about rotating it in all 4 directions, but I thought it would be awkward to have a hill at the south instead of the north. I think it makes more sense for maps to have the hills at the top. And then there's also the randomness if you don't know where the hunt is. So this time you always know where the hunt is. Why is she letting the elephants walk back? Well, if she kills the elephants under her TC, then they are decaying. Because as you see over time, the food on the elephant does run out. So she wanted to leave them over there to prevent the food decay. But here, bringing them over to the TC, it's a trade-off between food decay versus walk timing. And Husiel decided he'd just send a cheeky little Vil forward to lame. I'm sure he probably wanted to lame more than 1 elephant there, but just managed to get 1. Rotate every... I can't rotate the map live. that would be crazy. If I've actually had some ideas about hacky stuff to change terrain and rotate the map, but I haven't really tried it out. Okay, another elephant lure here from Husiel. Low HP on the scout from Gabby, though. So what Gabby, if she had more HP on the scout, what she'd do is try to block the Vil. So Husiel will then go for the house trick. Oh, and she actually disrupts the elephant lure. Okay, so with more HP on the scout, she'd be blocking the villager to let the elephant attack the vill, because the elephant does more damage than the scout. Oh, and she gets in. She gets into the base, and she'll see exactly what Husiel is doing. And she'll see that the Kuman player, no surprise there, is going for 2 TCs. But this is actually really crucial for her as the Portuguese, because she wants to be aggressive with her castle drop. One thing that the Kuman player can do against the castle drop is fight it off with vills. Oh, and she loses the scout. She sees where the TC is, but loses the scout. And what did she manage to scout there? Does map editing? Map editing does not require a strong PC. It is all done in a text file. A text file. It is kind of like programming, or if you've ever... It's not really a programming language. I compare it more to HTML than I do JavaScript. But essentially you have a file that describes how the map should generate, then the game engine generates the map for you. It's very different than how you would have gone to the scenario editor and made custom scenarios or campaigns. I'm sure we all did that as kids if you played AoE 2. It is not how the campaigns are designed, but how Arabia, Black Forest, Hideout, all those map scripts are generated. If TTL5 is, again, T90 Titans League. It's a league that tiers players into Platinum, Gold, Silver, and Bronze, so that players like Gabby and Husiel, who are 2K4, who are still really good, still have a competitive tournament to play in, when, yeah, they're probably not going to win too many games against Hera or Viper. But will have a lot of players around their skill level. Gabby actually won a game on her YouTube channel. She posted it against Mr. Yo the other day, which was a very impressive Chinese versus Maya Arabia game. And here's the forward castle from Gabby. Now, one thing the Kumans could do here is tower and Vil fight this, and I'm kind of surprised Husiel isn't going for that approach, but he will let Gabby get the forward castle. Already, he's doing outposts around the side. He wants to know if Gabby tries to take these extra golds and stones. Trying to make a fortress map to play against your friends who are better. Yeah, so the easy thing is probably just to go to the scenario editor and make a custom scenario, but if you really want to do map scripting, and you don't need to know how to program to do it, but it does certainly help getting started quickly. There's the link to the main documentation right now. Originally, in the Conqueror's expansion, there was a Microsoft Word document that came with your game files that explained how to do it. That Google Doc is now a much more modern version of that. Anyway, organ guns and castle continuing to break through the wall. Husiel's done an extra layer of houses behind this. Remember, the Kumans, while they can build their second TC in the Feudal Age, cannot actually build stone walls in the Feudal Age. So houses are the best that Husiel can do to wall, and Palisade Gate probably should have been a couple of houses. That is the weak spot in the wall. It is sponsored, yes. And the prize pool, it is, I think, 100k between all of the different leagues. It's split up between different leagues. I forget the exact, I should look up the exact numbers too. Documentation in a Google Doc. It is the most, I have to say, the most well-written documentation I've ever seen. All credits to Zetnus for maintaining it. We do someday need to make a better website for it and integrate it into a language server, though. Because the Google Doc is a bit heavy in terms of loading, but it's still wonderful. You can script maps like that. Yes, you can script unbalanced maps if you want to. And Petard push from Gabby going through the house as the organ guns come forward and start to take out Vils. And the organ guns push forward. No, Zetnus wrote that Google Doc. Zetnus is the one who maintains it. So redemption on the way from Gabby. And Vils go down to the organ guns. I should probably make a command for that doc in the chat, so I don't need to copy and paste the link every time. 100-page Google Doc. As I said, it is very well written. It's not really a tutorial, though. It'd be nice if we had some more tutorial resources. So, Bosaw on the way for Husiel, as he will try to do a defensive castle himself. And hello, Volth. How you doing, Volth? Thank you for stopping by. You would buy a castle for emergency defenses? Well, Husiel agrees to you. He agrees with you. And I'm surprised that Palisade Gate hasn't been taken down yet. I guess it is outside the castle range. I'm having a blast casting some TTL games. I'm also checking the maps for potential bugs, so keeping an eye out for that. And someone asked me about the corners. Yeah, it's wood and a relic in the corners. I also did some hacks to make sure the relic is never trapped in by the trees. Oh yeah, did that PayPal thing ever actually get resolved? That's been a while now. That was a weird thing, because that never... Wow. If you never got the prize pool, if you have another, like, way to receive a payment, feel free to send it to me. That is very weird that it didn't get resolved, and I've never seen something else like that happen.
Olá.
You want those 45 bucks? Those exact ones that got lost in PayPal. Organ guns attacking the house. And Monk trying to convert the house. Remember, the Monk with Redemption is the best siege unit in AoE 2. Personally, I'd let the house go down and try to convert the workshop, though, and it looks like Gabby might be thinking the same. Yeah, it's probably been about 2.5 years, okay, or 1.5 years, yeah. I'll reach out to someone at Microsoft and see if they actually have any suggestions then. So, foraging on the way. And it'll be a mining camp coming up here for Husiel. You had $40 stuck in Zell for the last 5 years. As the organ gun push continues, there are a lot of farmers in the back, but this is exactly what Gabby wants to do with the organ guns. Disrupt the farming eco when the TCs aren't there to protect the farms. And the Vills have to run and garrison in the TC, and that castle doesn't protect anything. We're seeing the weakness of the Kumans not having stone walls. Another Civ could have stone walled the side and stopped the organ guns from getting in. But here they're wandering around the back, denying the stable even. And organ guns on the outside now. Kipchak defense. But if Husiel isn't going for a workshop in Mangonels, I don't know how he stops the organ guns. And even then, Redemption is in already to deal with the monks. He's trying to wall this up and isolate this army. But Gabby will respond with the forward Vills doing a workshop. Oh, the organ gun stuck blocking the workshop. There we go. And look to Mangonel push the TCs. Mangonels can push from this side from safety. The castle won't reach that far. Check the range. This is the castle. That's the castle there. This is the TC, yeah. So the castle won't protect the TCs from Mangonels from this side. And a defensive castle on the outside for Husiel, just trying to maintain a sliver of control over the wood line. So underwhelming against clown strats. Can unbuilt buildings be converted? Nope. Foundations cannot be converted. So if you want to, you can leave some unbuilt houses as a wall to stop redemption monks. And Husiel trying to get the castle up. Yeah, and this is why I said at the start I was surprised that we didn't have a counter tower in Vilfight against the forward castle. With Husiel recognizing that Gabby probably wanted to go for the castle push with organ guns. And this castle is denied. Doubt castle there for Husiel, who has around 4k more res collected, but Gabby with a nice score lead as the Portuguese. Yeah, he did go straight 2TC boom early on. And now paying the consequences of being locked into that long feudal against organ guns. The other thing you can do is a workshop on the way up to the castle age as the Kumans. Remember, you can do that feudal workshop, and even if you're not going to construct rams, you can instantly do mangonels as soon as you're up. And the mangonel defense, usually what you're going to want against the organ guns. And that castle forward was so aggressive, I don't think Husiel would have ever had time to try to go imp right away to Trib. Gets people off guard FC with a workshop. It does, but then you're giving up your eco bonus. Remember, this was Husiel with his first Civ pick on his home map, so he must have practiced and thought Kumans were a good Civ here. And deleting the mining camp He wants more room for the Vills to attempt to construct this castle, but I do not think it'll go up. Monk wants a conversion. Ah, maybe it will go up. Maybe it will go up. Maybe I'm a bit overzealous in thinking about the effectiveness of organ guns. But that'll be quite a few dead Vills. So he does at least have wood access. Gabby won't completely starve him of wood. Capture age. Glitching a bit there. Monk wants a conversion on the Kipchaks. Ooh, slaughtered by that TC. But look at all those idle Vills. Eight Vills that don't even fit in the TC. They will go to their farms just to die to organ guns. The Kipchaks are still running around on the outside. And the Monk wants a conversion. And Husiel just called the GG. So there's Gabby picking up a win. That was a crazy game number 2 we had on Bypass. And Zimbabwe, pretty clear. Attempted 2TC boom from Husiel, but Gabby goes for the castle drop and the push. And yeah, apologies, I still need to update my overlay for the stats screen. But maybe I'll get it out of the way. It's not Vinch MBL. We'll have a 62-17 KD with 5 conversions for Gabby. And the attempted boom, we see Husiel with a much, much better eco, but no military at all to defend against Gabby's push. So congrats to Gabby. And like I said, I'll check the standings. I have 4 sets to cast, and I don't want to spoil them by checking the standings. But we have 2 more sets ahead of us now. Congrats to Husiel for the 2-1 win, though. Immediate stables into Masked Knights would have worked as a defense? Maybe, but you have to remember organ guns are still pretty good against knights. So I don't know if you can amass enough to take a fight when that forward castle's there too. By the way, what, Wolf? And do we know if it will be a Swiss of 8 players or a straight brackets? The LAN event? I don't know. That's a good question. It might also be a TBD where they haven't decided it fully. I'll need to go back and read the handbook. I mean, honestly, I have tickets to travel to the event, and I am more excited just to travel and meet people than I am actually to watch the Age of Empires games. And thank you, Goobertv TV, for the follow. Thank you very much. And we are getting very, very close to 15k followers, so we're at 14,853, so all the follows. Thank you so much for the support. It's been amazing recently. And hello, Baron. Rawr. You can't access Wikipedia? The handbook should be, I think, from the AoE2 official website. So the next set we're going to have is Monoz versus Thunderbolt. So let me update my scoreboard, grab all the drafts for that. I'll have an ad, so that'll play while I'm updating everything. So I'll get all the stuff here. That'll be Monoz on the left, Thunderbolt on the right. And I forgot to give Gabby her point. Yeah, 1-2. 1-2 in favor of Husiel there. It's 2 groups of 4 who play best of 5 against each other. Okay. You Google Red Bull AoE, it's the first link. Great, thank you very much, Bearheads. And let me just update my title, and I think we'll be good to go. That'll be Monoz versus Thunderbolt. An excuse to meet names from the internet. Yeah, I've been to TwitchCon. I was going to go to TwitchCon this year, but I couldn't fit into my schedule. I haven't been there since 2018, but it was a lot of fun last time I went. So, this will be the first time I've seen Northern Crossings. So, Monocle will be game number 1. The middle map is game 1. Northern Crossings is the home map of Monoz, and High Tides is the home map of Thunderbolt. So we will get right into game number 1. And here we are. Oh, also, I forgot. Let me give Emzia a shout out in the chat since she rated us. There we go. Give her a follow too. She's been doing a lot of AoE2 streaming recently too. And she's playing some very fun AI games against the extreme AI with a handicap, and those AIs kill you like crazy. You're not expecting them. And then they're imp 20 minutes into the game with their eco boost. Monocle? Yes, Monocle is the name of the map. Yes. Ivy, hello, Ivy. So this is the map. Monocle will have Thunderbolt as the Red Burgundians to the north and Monoz as the Blue Romans to the south. We almost died to the 200 AI, yes. So we will have a brand new set. Again, they're all play all threes. I think I will speed the Dark Age up just a bit because it's already getting late for me, and I need to cast and then eat. Monocle has a ton of shorefish on the outside, and remember, shorefish are the fastest source of food in the game, and you want to mill them and take them as aggressively as you can on this map. Now, Burgundians, Romans. We've seen Romans a few times because men-at-arms and longswordsmen are great on this map, and also the Romans, their 5% faster eco boost applies to the shorefish. Dravidians have more carry capacity, but other than that, the Romans are the only civ that actually collect from the shorefish faster. Heracles, and Monocles. And there we have Monoz moving out for the mill. We have seen a couple of boar lames on this map. And Thunderbolt doing the mill as well. Nice mill location for him. The Vills don't move faster, no. That's only the Berbers. They just work faster. So, don't see any lames this game. Thunderbolt scouting around the back. You have some berries in case you get pushed off the box turtles, but usually we don't see them taking too much shorefish and box turtles out there. And you don't have much wood in the middle, but there is more wood on the outside. It's very tricky to take all the wood you need on this map, but also because you're milling the shorefish, you are not going to have as many farms, so you don't need as much wood as normal. Did I change this map? Yeah, I rewrote this map from scratch to try to make some adjustments from the original version. The wood in the center we changed a bit. We tried to make more consistent passages between the players. We adjusted the shorefish a bit so it's more fair. A few small changes here and there. We added more resources to the outside. There was that game from Gabby and Husiel I casted earlier. I didn't really like the generation because of the stone wasn't generated on one side, so I need to fix that up a bit. But more Vills pumping out from Thunderbolt, and as I said, men-at-arms usually will be the strategy of choice, but ooh, okay, this is why we have Burgundians. We saw this a ton in the Red Bull Empire Wars games, but it's for the Flemish militia. We were talking about the Romans and their bonuses. Dark Age Double Bit Axe is great when you need wood, and you're skipping Horse Collar and skipping the the farm upgrades entirely, while adding in some Flemish militia. You have Red Bull PTSD. You feel like the Romans men-at-arms would wreck this. We saw this on Dune Springs. Burgundians were a popular civ, but I do feel like the Romans men-at-arms win after they get armor, but they don't have armor right at the start. And the militia holding their own so far, killing the men-at-arms. And remember, the militia do also have an attack bonus against Cav, so they're great against the scouts, especially when they have the hill bonus. Oh, so important to maintain the hills in these fights. Do men-at-arms get bonus versus them? No, the Flemish militia are not shock infantry, no. They are unique units, so samurai get a bonus against them. But men-at-arms get no bonus. And armor even coming in first for Thunderbolt. So far so good for Thunderbolt. And wait, is that a double barracks for Monoz? I don't think they ever have gotten a bonus. Not that I'm aware of.
Salve. Tibi Servio.
And barracks there are up. As Vale taking some box turtles. Nice collection of box turtles around the mill over here.
Salve.
And the Flemish militia will keep pushing in. The men-at-arms actually are ever so slightly faster, 200ths of a tile per second faster, if that matters. Would have expected a somewhat short stick with a little spike would be so effective. Yeah, and we did see a couple of Romans games on this map already. Long swordsmen tend to be particularly popular. We saw a long swords versus sergeants matchup, where Youpudding was Sicilians. We saw some crazy infantry fights, and more importantly, no siege towers. Remember, we did see almost nothing but Fire Lancer siege tower at the start of the Red Bull qualifiers. We did nerf the siege towers in TTL, and so militia here get a nice poke. Siege towers have half the garrison capacity and less HP, so they have a lower max speed and won't cart as many infantry around. But a map below, the Lolmeister, how are you doing? So yeah, all army, bolstered by the extra food you get from the shorefish to pump out the food-costing infantry, and also you can have insanely fast castle times by moving out to the box turtles and not needing to spend wood on farms, so you need fewer vills on wood than normal. So men-at-arms still defending against the militia on the right-hand side. Have we seen any siege towers regardless? On Coast Arena, we saw a siege tower used as a siege tower to hop walls with warrior priests. And I saw one game with siege towers on high tides where it was Inca versus Malians. And the Malians were trying to use them against slingers. But that's it. That's it. I've only seen one game so far out of quite a few infantry matches. Well, we will monitor it, and we do expect a patch to be released midway through TTL, and I did script the maps in such a way that we should be able to pretty flawlessly move over to the DLC patch when it releases, and use whatever nerfs they apply there in the game instead of continuing our nerfs, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And hopefully the English won't have destroyed it. And we will find a very easy trip to Shannon with Joan of Arc. So they say. So Thunderbolt needs to be extra careful with positioning here to ensure he isn't downhill. Both players aware of the need to patrol stack in these fights. And we see 19 militia and an archer against 14 men-at-arms. What's the story behind my name? My first name starts with a T and my last name starts with a West. People just started calling me that IRL. Yeah, they are not shock infantry. They are not shock infantry. So no bonus for the men-at-arms against them. And this is an excellent start to the fight for Monoz, but he was standing ground, maybe attack moving instead of patrolling there. Not all the men-at-arms were stacking and attacking. Nope, they are not shock. Maybe you were shocked to hear that, but they themselves are not shock infantry. Yeah, the Fire Lancers are. And I mean, easy to confuse them. They both walk around with a big, long stick. But not shock infantry. Oh, that is a good stack of the men-at-arms. Oh, it's patrol stack time. It's patrol stack. Watch the fight. Who is winning the fight? I don't know. I think the men-at-arms are winning. I think that was a darn good patrol stack from Monoz and turns that fight right around. All of a sudden, he's ahead in KD, and the archer's even getting trapped by the men-at-arms. The scout might... That has to get at too low HP to block. Who else walks around with a big long stick? Kameyukes. Steppe Lancers ride around with one. So, men-at-arms and militia is still fighting. Vil count just about the same. Lana's now losing a couple of men-at-arms, though, to the remaining militia, and he will come forward and run into a defense of militia and archers. And the archers will hold the hill. T270. I think if we do enough math here, we should probably measure our angles and radians. You like Thunder's composition? Interesting to see. In Dune Springs, we did see consistent domination of the Roman men-at-arms, but that might be because of the start. It's easier to take initial good fights because of the blacksmith upgrades that the Romans benefit from. 2 melee armor from the double blacksmith upgrades. Flemish get 2 melee armor there, and then 6 attack. So 1 less attack, but let's see, reload time 2. What's the reload time of the militia? Same reload time, okay. So, I guess the men-at-arms actually are slightly better here because they have 1 more attack and move slightly faster. But great Archer Edition from Thunderbolt to help out against the men-at-arms. They do have fletching and will draw some men-at-arms away, but this will be a fight underneath the barracks for Monoz, and he will clean all of the militia. And Thunderbolt trying to go for more of an Archer composition now. T2 pi over 3. Do you use 2 pi instead of tau? I've actually, through programming, come around to appreciate tau more than 2 pi. It's less typing, less multiplications by 2. So archers killing men-at-arms. What's tau? 2 pi. Just a different Greek letter used to represent 2 pi, which generally is the constant that appears in math more than pi does. So, castle on the way. Is Thunderbolt German? What nation is Thunderbolt from? I'll check the dashboard after the game. So, archers killing men-at-arms as they shoot in retreat. And it'll be a defensive tower for Monoz, but castle age on the way for Thunderbolt. And one of the questions on this map will be how effective are archer transitions. We have seen full swordsman games, and now we get to see swordsman plus archers or militia plus archers, and some swapping between the units. He's Bulgarian. Okay, okay. I have his flag somewhere. I know I've written his name down before. So sometimes there's a player or two where I forget their countries. Yeah, Monoz wasn't ready for the archer swap, and he tried to tower the gold. That tower won't go up. He's losing some vills there as he clicks up to the castle age, but he'll be up more slowly. And right in between the mills where there are still some box turtles left, he does not have access to towers. Is he Hungarian? He might be Hungarian. Well, I'll check the flag between the games. Check the flag. And actually, we have a slight respite here. I'll Alt-Tab and check now. Dashboard, Thunderbolt. Oh, I forgot to add the ELOs too. BG, I think that's the flag code for Bulgarian. The archers are wandering around. Alright, while they're wandering, give me a moment. I'm going to remember to enter the ELOs. 2556 for Thunderbolt. As he is 2556. And I can add the flag too. Bulgaria. And I'm pretty sure that's the BG flag code. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then Monoz is Argentinian. He is 2590. So really high level matchup we have here. 2590 from flag Argentina. Boom. These are Rex, Bloodless. These are Rex. So the flag will confirm that for us as the crossbows come around. Monoz needs towers to garrison the villas and keep the crossbows away. And we'll have some more militia and crossbows on the side chasing away the men-at-arms. Chainmail armor squires and long swordsmen all being researched for Monoz. University on the way up for Thunderbolt. And they'll shoot the vills and try to escape. Should he get Gambesons immediately? Ooh, Thunderbolt? He doesn't have it. And the Romans don't have it. So I'm sure both of them would love an immediate Gambesons, but neither of them have it. He's trying to surround the crossbows with longswords. No real micro on the crossbows there, and the longswords took a decent fight. A couple of militia mixed in. I don't know how effectively they were fighting mixed with the crossbows there. And militia going down to the longswords. Now, longswordsmen, I think, should have a good advantage over the Flemish militia. More HP, more attack, and especially as the Romans more armor. And with squires, they move faster. So I think now the longsword is strictly a better unit than the militia. Unless there's something hidden that I don't know about. Do they get a better attack speed in the Castle Age as a shadow upgrade? No, they don't. Orville's moving out to the fish, and we'll have a monastery on the way up for Thunderbolt. As the crossbows keep wandering around. And let's see if they get over to the stone mine. Monoz buying stone, buying wood, selling food. Over on the side, longswords coming forward as the militia fight the longswords. Longswords taking out some crossbowmen. And great engagement for the longswords. A little heal on the expos would do wonders. Well, a little push from the longswords has done wonders there, but at the same time, Thunderbolt has gone to the outside, gotten a second TC, and opened up a nice villager lead, adding in a market on the outside. As crossbows from Thunderbolt still are in the back of the back, and he has a 10-2 Eco KD lead over Monoz. And crossbows, longsword, scorpion still coming forward. Looking to push the vills off of the shorefish. Scorpion going for the crossbows. Military KD is crazy equal. Or overall KD, that is equal. Crossbow getting hit on, or a scorpion getting hit on the crossbows. Scorpions, long swords, the composition the Romans want. I feel like Roman games, with all the aggressive longswords they do, win or lose are usually over by Castle Age. I've never really seen the Legionary in a pro game. Those Combito Tensei's Legionaries buffed by Centurions. I've seen it so rarely, I don't even remember what the bonus is. I think the Legionaries get a charge attack from Combito Tensei's. Yeah, they train faster, and then the Centurions also give them a little buff. I forget what that buff is, though. So, scale barding armor on the way for Thunderbolt. As the crossbows come around. And, ooh, double stable knights from Thunderbolt. Looking to go crossbow plus knights against the longswords plus scorpions, hoping the knights can pick off scorpions. Move speed? Alright, move speed then. Speed and attacks. Oh, and attack speed. That's it. Attack speed. So knight picks off the scorpion. Some monks for conversions on longswords. This will probably be a good fight here for Thunderbolt as he pushes forward. And the scorpion comes over. Monk wants a conversion. And we'll have a TC at the back for Thunderbolt.
Tibi Servio. Salve. Tibi Servio.
Monks want conversions of the longswords. And there they go. Longswords keep pushing forward. And Scorpion hits the crossbow.
Tibi Servio. Salve.
And Bill goes down. Knights come forward and hit the Scorpion. Scorpions kill all the longswordsmen. Or crossbows push the longswordsmen back. There we go, that's what I want to say. Knights kill the Scorpion, and the Knight Edition has been great for Thunderbolt. He's now up 85 to 55 vills. Yeah, KD overall is still very even, but Monoz is falling super far behind, staying on 1 TC. And Thunderbolt now TC in the middle of the map. There he goes. In a longsword and scorpion fight, how are Celts versus Romans? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. We're seeing the siege tower, chat. We're seeing it. I don't think this will matter, but we're seeing it at least. Now with the knights out there to kill it, it's slow enough the knights will pick it off. And it did, like that, it delivered one round of longswords and it's destroyed. So that will be a last-ditch siege tower attempt that I will say was a failure from Monoz. Well, you wanted to see if it was effective still with the nerfs in that situation. I will say no. I will say no. I will say I won't count that as a game where we saw siege towers if it was so ineffective that it did nothing. It does counter the monks at least, although it now carries only 5 crossbows instead of 10. So I think it'll be less effective as a monk counter. I think if you have anything supplementing the monks in your composition, it shouldn't function as a monk counter anymore. The crazy game where we saw 10 plumed archers in a siege tower, I don't think will be replicated. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe monks should just convert them from distance again. Oh, wait. We have stone for a castle drop. That castle will be on one of Thunderbolt's TCs. Well, he has 3 more. He still has 3 more. I mean, it's 21 military to 12, right? Thunderbolt should be able to pump army to deal with this. He's up by 45 vils. There's no way he loses this, right? Right? I mean, Monoz is continuing to pump longswords. The longswords are abandoning the castle foundation, though. Will this be a doubt castle? Wait, that castle shouldn't go up? But the crossbows doing damage? I mean, the longbows have 5 pierce armor. The crossbows only do 2 damage. The castle's going up. Yeah, Roman longswords are actually fairly decent against knights. We get enough of them. 30 military to 15. Is Mono still in this? Is Mono still in this with all those longswords? Killing villagers. The militia's still running around. Bloodless confirming. He's in it. Well, he has a castle, though. He has a castle. I don't think longswords will be enough to push a castle. When it's a 50 vil difference now. I think Thunderbolt has... Oh, there's a Centurion. Does it buff the longswords right now? Even if they're not legionaries, does it buff the longswords? Sword Ram? I don't think ram pushes should work against the Castilian and the melee infantry. Yes? They're speedy. Does capture rage tell us? Oh my gosh! 1.16 speed. These guys are speedy. Look at them go. They'll attack faster now, too. If you have Centurions and Longswords, can you actually push the castle? And they'll attack faster and destroy the castle in no time? Wait a minute. Maybe he ignores the castles and just goes for the TCs? He needs more, though. He's struggling with eco still. Needs to move to the outside for gold. He's only got 9 vils on gold, and 4 of them are running a marathon. Oh, Monoz, you need gold. He's selling wood for gold. Oh, can he push that TC? Can he push this? Does that carry over to them being in a ram? No, it does not. Infantry speed does not affect the speed they add to the ram. That is fixed 0.05 per garrison unit. Okay, big longsword fight here. Does the TC go down? Centurion, they're buffing some of the longswords. I think the TC will go down. Well, Thunderbolt trying to correct the not enough ranges issue. That TC's going down, isn't it? Longsword's getting a good fight here. I think the TC's going down too late. Yeah, maybe a bit too late. 66 to 108 vils. And there's no way that TC stands. That has to go down. That has to go down. Arson, they're kind of mad against... Oh, that's true. No arson for attacking the castle. But castles have building armor. Does arson actually help against castles? Does it help against the building armor that castles have? Or not the 0 armor? Probably the 8 armor that they have. Anyway, the longsword's still fighting. Monoz is doing a second TC. Monoz might soon be up in TCs. He's going for a ram and longsword push against this TC. As the scraggly wood lines in the middle still. Make the pathing a bit awkward, but that's part of the map. You're right, the ranges might get taken down. Some Castilier, though, they will be horrifying for the longswords with their charge attack, especially with the hill bonus. And the overall KD, actually 50 ahead for Monoz now. Monoz doing a 40. Is this a douche? Monoz doesn't actually know about that TC. He almost built his TC in range of a TC fight. But they'll be a tile away. And surely the TC sees the other TC. And Vil's going down for Thunderbolt. Remember when it was a 50 Vil lead and now it's a 20 Vil lead? It's 9k res, but if you're down this far in KD, is Monoz with a score lead? Surely there's no way he wins this game, right? This is maybe even crazier than that bypass game if he comes back. What the heck? Okay, I'm liking Monocle as a map. This game is crazy. At this rate, I probably won't get to the 4th set tonight, but at least we'll have 3 great sets. Crossbow's killing longswords. Can Monoz see the bottom TC? There is no bottom TC. Looks like we had a pause. He can see the side TC now. He won't see the top TC yet, but I'm sure he has some idea that Thunderbolt's up there.
Salve.
Just wanted to watch the first game real quick. Well, this is a banger, as T90 would say. Have to use his slogan, his lingo. There you go, his lingo for the TTL. For the 11's like, yeah, no one casted that one. I'll cast it tomorrow if I stream. I hopefully won't have more car stuff to do tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get the estimate on the repairs and talk to my neighbor about the insurance, but gotta get all his info. But hopefully that's not an all-day project like the DMV stuff I was dealing with. All right, Castle. Castle going up for Thunderbolt. Which TC is the Imp TC? This TC, which looks fairly safe. That will destroy this TC when it's up, push Monoz off a stone. Monoz sees that he is running. And it's only a 14 vil difference. Monoz could still win this. Monoz, he still has the score lead. 500 score, part of that's due to the Imp click. Wheelbarrow on the way. Longswords, 20 longswords, I think, destroy a TC. Did my neighbor ram my car? His daughter did. A 17-year-old driving a large SUV hit it while trying to park in the parking lot. There's a nice dent in the back. It's still drivable though, so it's not really a big deal for me. And then he was very willing to pay for everything, so everything's good. So scale bonding armor on the way for Monoz. Especially happens in the winter because there's still a lot of snow everywhere, and it's a bit harder to park in the parking lot at the moment. What upgrades do Burgundian crossbows look like? They don't have arbalests. They do have bracer and chemistry though. Nope, they don't have the final armor upgrade. So crossbows coming forward. Oh my gosh, all the marathons being run by Monoz's Vils. You better have handcart. Oh, he doesn't even have wheelbarrow. Oh boy, now the crossbow's get a good massacre on the Vils. But Scorpions on their way. Some Roman Scorps. Hello, crossbows. Scorpion time. Eating all the Scorp bolts. It will kill the Scorpions, but take a lot of damage in the process. He stopped producing army and raiding to catch up on Vils, and I feel that hurt him. Maybe it did. I mean, he wasn't going to raid this area with the castles. He probably thought, okay, there are 2 castles, I can't really catch up there. But now Thunderbolt with the score lead, and maybe 10 to 20 more longswordsmen up here might have been a good raid. He does have now 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs in the back. This fifth TC will go down. Bloodline's on the way. I guess that's for the Centurions. And again, I'm out of pauses on the ad, so apologies if you get an ad on Twitch. You can always hop over to YouTube or sub, because subs don't get ads, but I don't run ads on YouTube if you want to check it out there. Or the stream out there. So Vils coming over to the Shorefish. And Longsword coming forward. Centurion in the castle, but without ballistics, that Vil... Oh my gosh, I was going to talk about how the Vil could run past and not die, but then he stops. Sorry, I gave that Vil the caster curse and stopped him. So Husbandry on the way for Monoz. Don't think he's imp anytime soon, though. Res collected 12k ahead for Thunderbolt. Fool's death. If Scorps are underwhelming, then there are too few of them. If that's true, Romans, they do have their discount. What is it, 60% less gold? They need to just spam the Scorpions. And that's not enough longswords to push the TC when it has Bracer. Definitely not. 5 Pierce Armor, but now 8 attack. So the TCs can defend themselves much better now. Much more effectively against the Castle Age longswords. And Monoz there, recognizing the futility of remaining Castle Age against someone whose imp will call the GG. But dang, that was a crazy game, and he almost came back. I have to wait for the ad to end so I can explain the non-eventful ending to all the ad viewers. Oh, silly Twitch. Do I get a split from Twitch Turbo? Yes. I don't actually know what that is, though. Alright, so Here, Monoz, seeing the imp of Thunderbolt and seeing that his forward was cleaned, and that, especially with Bracer, the longswords now, even with all of their armor, aren't going to hold up to the extra firepower of the fully armed and operational town centers.
Impera.
Will have to pull back
Salve.
and decides to call the GG, seeing that he doesn't really have an avenue for dealing more damage. Also, look at all these outposts. There are a few good raids here from the Castilier, and he didn't have a way of stopping them properly. So we'll look at the stats. Again, sorry, I need to set my scoreboard up for TTL so I have the proper overlay, but we have 245 kills for Monoz. For the eco, much better eco for Thunderbolt. And GG. So I'm going to take a quick break to run to the bathroom. That was a long run, and I need a break myself. As I will be right back. Let me just update the scoreboard first. It's a win for Thunderbolt. Oh, this is my favorite A1 song. Winning Monocle. And for Civs, that was Romans losing to Burgundians. So I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll get into game 2, which I believe will be Northern Crossings on Monos' home map. So stay tuned. Okay, we are back, and we are into game number 2. And this will be on Northern Crossings, the first Northern Crossings game I've seen. Thought the AoE1 intro video, the AoE1 intro video was amazing. I'm right here, Jan Chess, I'm right here. So, here we are, we will have Thunderbolt, let me give him a win. Yeah, chat, you gotta remind me, I'm so used to the Red Bull ladder, I'm forgetting the wins. Thunderbolt will be here to the northwest as the Italians, and Monoz to the southeast as the Portuguese. Their transports will pass each other like ships in the night. So, we will have Northern Crossings, which, if you've seen Northern Isles, is the same thing, but with shallows on the side. This was first done for one of the NACs. I'm realizing the shallows are not perfectly centered, but oh well, we'll live with that. I didn't notice that while scripting the map because the shallows are created using fish traps. And you might be thinking, isn't that crazy? And you'd be correct, but they are created using fish traps. And when I was scripting the map, I need to maybe move them in slightly. And they were all placed by Zetnus when he edited the map for NAC. Northern Crossings also a map that, if I were to rewrite it from scratch, I'd probably increase the size of the map ever so slightly, because I think the wood lines are a bit scraggly and difficult to access. But here, one thing I did while scripting the map was ensure that the golds and the stones are split up. So on either side of the island, on opposite sides of the TC, you have a gold mine and a stone mine. They're guaranteed to be split. The woods are still kind of awkward. The deer are still maybe a bit awkward. But you should have good access to gold and stone. There are some nice, lovely rocks around the middle. I think this was originally a Trezini map that was then edited by Zetnus and then edited again by me. Are there fewer fish than Nora? Nope, the fish, I did not adjust the fish amount at all. I adjusted the shorefish a bit to make them a bit more balanced. So if anything, I added slightly more fish in terms of shorefish, so it's easier to get a dock location. I don't think I've probably seen NAC games on this map years ago, but while I've seen a ton of Northern Isles, I don't recall ever seeing Northern Crossings. And I'm curious how this is going to play out. As well have a back dock from Thunderbolt. And maybe I just want to speed the Dark Age up a bit. Curtiwas map critique hour. Well, I need to critique stuff because everything I see that's off, I gotta go fix it. So let me just make a note to myself. Open Discord on my phone because it seems to cause PC issues while I'm streaming. So shallow. Northern Crossings. So center the shallows on Northern Crossings. There we go. Oh, there's also the note. What's the other note? Terrain, forest versus straggler on bypass. All right, a couple of notes for myself. Couple of notes. All right, so the transport ship. Well, this is good old Monoz. He could have just walked, but he took the transport, and he will go forward and maybe look for a tower rush, maybe an archery range forward for Thunderbolt. Arson does make a difference for longswords versus castles. All right, nice. So it must have been against that building that gets 0 armor for castles, not against the one with 8 armor. Okay, Vil will hit the scout. And this is a great play from Monoz when he sees what Thunderbolt is doing. He sees Thunderbolt is chasing his scout, and he's using the scout to lure Thunderbolt away from his forward, so he's not going to scout the forward. If Thunderbolt is thinking now, if he's really got that noggin thinking, he's going to realize exactly what Monoz is doing and think, hey, wait a minute. I should be looking over for the forward. He's lured my scout away. And he'll see the transport picked up by the scout. The transport has a sheep in it. So now actually Thunderbolt might be thinking there's a villain in that transport, and he might start looking over here for the transport to drop off a forward, when really it's coming from this side. So extra sneaky from Monoz if Thunderbolt doesn't realize what's going on. This is just the technical side of AoE streams. Yep. This is fish traps. The shallows are placed with a very hacky trick that uses dead fish traps for the Gaia player. And fish traps, like farms, can change the terrain underneath them if you hack around with them in the map editor. So if you watch the game and it's zoomed out maybe on T90 stream, at the very start you might see a bunch of dead fish traps over here that immediately disappear by 1 second into the game to place the shallows. Is that why it's off-center? It is off-center just because when I didn't realize this while scripting, and I think Zetnus was the one who placed them. He just placed them off-center. We could center them. I'd just have to move around the code for placing them, though, in the map script. So scout here for Thunderbolt. We will have fletching on the way from Monoz. And Thunderbolt going for a galley opening, and the galley opening feels absolutely perfect for Monoz, who has back docked to give himself time to defend against galleys, and now will be going forward with fletching archers and going for a forward dock. And the galleys already have sailed past that dock, and the other galleys going the opposite way. So he's not going to see the dock. He will see the forward, but a bit too late as the archers already are killing the villagers. They do at least have loom, and we have a panic tower as the archers are trying to get a tiny hill bonus. I love the little tiny hill that this map provides. And that's 1, 2, 3 dead villagers for the archers. And he probably doesn't want to camp the gold mine, but he will be back here around the wood. And there is a tile of rock terrain on the outside, and you have to be aware that the rock terrain does prevent walling, so Thunderbolt cannot simply wall from this wood line to the edge of the map to keep the archers out. He can do a circular wall on the inside, but that might lead to more dead vills, or at least some injured vills. Turned on safe mode. That's what happens if your PC blue screens and you restart it. Y'all remember safe mode? Older versions of Windows? Okay, Vill's going down. There's also restricted mode on YouTube, which is meant for like school library computers. 1 HP Vill, but that's all you need. And time for galleys maybe to harass some fishing ships, as no more fishing ships for Monoz. 6 fishing ships for Thunderbolt, but this is where the forward dock comes in. If Thunderbolt has a ton of fish, he can withstand the archer pressure and use the fish boom since he sniped off Monoz's back fishing ships. But because Monoz is here with the fires, the sneaky fires, he will disrupt Thunderbolt's fishing eco, and Thunderbolt will have to come back with galleys to defend. And this has been absolutely brilliantly done so far from Monoz. Feels like everything's working out the way he had envisioned it. Marker going up for Thunderbolt, and he's actually very close to the castle age, but then so again is Monoz. Monoz, if he does his own market, could buy his way up. Oh, and he does have his own markets. He's selling stone to go up, and he will be up first. Where was that market of his? Market in the back. Ooh. Oh, actually, I need to... This won't matter for a 1v1, but there were weird issues with the way market trade was calculated in the original game. If islands were separated by shallows like this, and I think it would just be a flat 100 gold. And I wonder, I think those were fixed for DE, but I wonder if there's an issue with the way I place shallows, if that affects the market values. Okay, this is gonna have to be something I dig into. Love this map when someone goes forward. We haven't actually seen the crossings being used yet. There's a transport to go forward. Maybe the transport defeats the purpose of the crossings, but I think the transport is still fun for the map for the landings. Oh, you know, that's a very good point, John Galt. Is that because there are no farms and no vills under the TC, if Monoz really wants to, he could run archers or even crossbows through the TC. One thing he probably won't do is speed through with a siege tower, because I did nerf the garrison capacity. You could only put 5 archers there, but I mean, even so, 5 crossbows here would be crazy. Walling from Monoz to prevent counterattacks. Yeah, we'll probably see the crossings come into effect later. Fire ships on water, shocker. Shocker, right? But down to 4 fishing ships, they have been disrupted quite a bit. Monoz is up, and he's doing War Galley. And he'll have a second fire ship on the way from that dock. But War Galley Bodkin right away from Thunderbolt. He deletes the lumber camp for TC. And so far, so good for his defense. And the counterattack on the fishing ships early on was great for him, clearing all of Monoz's fish. Monoz maybe needs to do a better job running his fish, or otherwise protecting them. Usually if you do archers, you're expected to lose water. That's very true. But his plan was to do archers, go for the forward dock, and disrupt the fishing ships. The problem is it took him until the Castle Age to disrupt them. But now, or to finish disrupting them, I should say. Now he's done it, though, and a defensive mangonel? Yes, there we go. Forcing the defensive mangonel is Monoz, who invests into crossbows. Didn't finish his wall at home. Won't really matter, though. And needs maybe another TC himself to keep up on the Vil count. Oh, wait, what is this? What is this? Archers on the other side. Archers on the other side. And there is a hole, an overchop in Thunderbolt's woodline. And that is horrible for Thunderbolt. Crossbows now on his Vils. Down they go. And where does Thunderbolt now take wood? The straggler trees? This woodline can be harassed somewhat by the crossbows. And that is a costly overchop from Thunderbolt. Monoz was there and ready to pounce. Scorpion comes around and we'll have Bodkin on the way from Monoz. Scorpion killing some crossbows. Monoz, instead of the standing ground patrol, he's giving us the standing ground nothing. As the crossbows have to run away. And the war galleys in the back will run around. Mangonel coming forward. And Papa Stefan, thank you very much for the follow. Ibex collected by Vils. Oh, that's a weak Vil though, and crossbows are here. Crossbows also could lane the Ibex. It's at least another 2 Vils down, maybe even a third. He's not laming the Ibex. I would have lamed the Ibex there. So Mangonel pushing this back, but a second TC for Monoz, who should be pretty confident in his boom now. Confident that he's ahead. I do not want them to bring back the Hulk's Gen chests. I'm not looking forward to that. Bergwin understanding a reference I'm not. Oh, crossbows. Showing us the stand ground. That crossbow's trying to move, but his friends are blocking him. And he says, thanks, guys. As the Mangonel cleans them up. The Hulks definitely are happening with the DLC. It's a first name. Happens to be mine as well. Is this a Bergwin troll? Oh, it's someone with the same name. Okay, I gotcha. You are liking the name. I thought like it was a character somewhere. Okay. So crossbows coming around, will they see that TC? Ooh, that is so close to being a doubt TC. Crossbows are there, horse collar for Monoz, who has to farm. Oh no, Thunderbolt. And he can't run the Vils because he'd have to delete the TC. Thunderbolt, no! Not like this. Not like this, the Vil's going down. Another Vil going down, everything dying. Oh no. Stop, 22 eco kills for Monoz. And he's up by 14 Vils, booming away himself on 2 TCs. Monks forced out for Thunderbolt. They want conversions. Mangonel goes down. Vils trying to wall. Ooh, they just get the walls up in time. That would have been a disaster if that TC was denied and more Vils were killed. But house, palisade, enough for the walls. And range there. Monk wants a conversion on the knight. We will have Bowsaw on the way from Monoz. the dock over here goes down to the fires. So Bowsaw here for Thunderbolt. And another TC going up those vills, saying we'd like to help, but we'd rather take a break. We can't reach it. Can't reach the TC. And as the range is hit by the Scorpion, feels like we're in a good booming position here from Monoz. Let me check around for a moment. And Lumber Camp going up for Monoz. Monastery and House going up for him too. And in the back, Fires will go for the dock. Go for the dock. Hill's hunting some Ibexes. The dock will likely go down. Monastery up for Monoz. And a Wheelbarrow here for Thunderbolt, who is going for a 4th TC. But down by a lot right now, almost 20 vills. And the Knights might even run between those houses and get in on the farms as there are more holes in the walls for Thunderbolt. And the porous walls are no good when Knights run in, although maybe the vills can actually kill those Knights now. Thought they'd have a bit more HP, but didn't make it through the TC and didn't have bloodlines. So the Knight will try to bring the vills over to the crossbows. No ballistics though, so they should be able to run away. The vills can't go back to those farms though. Danger if he doesn't go back to work. The crossbows will try to dive the TC. No can do though. But Thunderbolt just managing to hang on there. Doing stone, he'll want a castle. Italians, Portuguese going into the late game. Italians will have the dock techs and university techs cheaper. They have shipwright. They'll have fully upgraded galleons and fast fires, and elite cannon galleons other than siege engineers. Just missing demos. So missing demos and siege engineers. Portuguese will not have the fast fires, but will have fully upgraded galleons, heavy demos, and cannon galleons. But it won't be as cheap, and they won't create as fast because they miss shipwright. However, they do have minus 20% gold, so that equals the 20% discount of the wood for shipwright, but wood is usually more important than gold. Ships generally cost more wood than gold. And then, they also have the caravel, but probably not useful in the face of fires. Also Carrick, so they get extra melee and pierce armor. And also the ships have more HP. So pound for pound, the Portuguese ships will be better, but the Italians might be able to build more ships or pump them out more quickly. Especially with the earlier Imp for Thunderbolt, and all is not lost yet if Thunderbolt can survive until Imp. Wanted an outpost but doesn't see it. However, on this map, maybe less about the water than Northern Isles is. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have a castle drop. We're gonna have a castle drop. Oh, and we'll have a counter defensive castle. No, we won't. Oh, yes, we will. Yes, we will. Oh, but the crossbow is blocking the castle foundation. And oh, that's not going up in time. We need some instant murder holes now. There we go. Murder holes for Monoz. Those vills are going to be in range of the castle. The castle has Bodkin and will be garrisoned. 3 minutes away from Imp is Monoz, so 90 seconds faster for the Italian player. That castle goes up. There goes the Scorpion. Even do a workshop and start rams or petards. The lumber camp? No, that was Matza, if you're thinking of the T90 video against Hera. That was Matza. Oh, double castles for Monoz. Alright, double castles, and he will look to do trebs as soon as he goes up. No pressure on him at home at all. And I have a good feeling about this for Monoz. Feels like he's going to tie the set. That 20-ish Veil lead as well. Also have Heavy Plow on the way for Monoz. Oop, okay, and the dock's being cleaned. The docks are being cleaned. I have a feeling that Thunderbolt might call GG when Monoz hits Imp. So he is Imp, and the trebs are now popping. He doesn't have yet stone for another castle. Monoz even able to mine his stone. Wouldn't second castle have been better closer to the second TC? He wants to take a treb war, and he wants his trebs together. For the treb war, ooh, capture age, don't die on me. Well, this is his home map after all, Bearwin. Alright, so outside. Oh my gosh, look at Monoz knowing he secured the front and that Thunderbolt would go for outside docks. Get some nice scouting over the crossings. We're seeing the crossings being used to start picking off the docks. And Hadi Raja AoE, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome to some TTL action. We got some Monoz versus Thunderbolt games going on here. Bill goes down. Trebs popping out for Thunderbolt. More Trebs from Monoz on their way. Monoz has to be careful because he might be downhill with the Treb. He needs to ungarrison and wheel it around over here. That'll be awkward for him, but he will have double castle Treb production. There'll be more Trebs than Thunderbolt has. Thunderbolt so far not going for chemistry. Neither is Monoz. Thunderbolt. Oh, actually, yes. Monoz is going for chemistry. Mind fast fire in for Thunderbolt. He'll try to take the water with fast fires. Probably need to see Monoz here. Ooh, tricky when you don't have fast fire yourself to fight early in fast fires. He's committed all in on the war galleys. Might need Bracer and Galleon. That's 3 Trebs out for Thunderbolt. But as long as this castle goes down, those scouts that Monoz had should be able to run in and take out Trebs. Going for watchtowers. And we'll have a tower to deny the castle. Takes off the monk. And once this castle goes down, the Trebs can start going for that one. So Thunderbolt's chance has to be from using the early imp of the Italians to win a Treb war. Monoz committed to the double castles. Could have played a long game, tried to secure the water in the middle island, but no, went for the Treb push. And now this castle actually in range of the Treb. And the castle does go down though, but trading 2 castles for 1, probably not what you want to do. Although if you could also clear, actually clearing this TC would be amazing for Monoz with those 2 Trebs. This is both his Trebs. Well, can probably get Bombard Cannon out. There he goes with chemistry. Clears this TC. We'll be able to raid all these vills. Again, needs some scouts. Has to be aware of the fires. Where are those scouts again? Does he still have any? I guess he doesn't have any scouts left. Not committing too much to land military. That is a block of testing, both. 43 longswords to destroy a castle. So what are these guard towers from Monoz as the TCs are going down? And oh, that TC. 185 HP. Treb's trying to take out some fires. Fast fires though, but not numerous enough in the middle, and the Bombard Cannon helping out against those fires. In the middle is a mining camp with vills that presumably died to the bears. And oh my gosh, we're seeing it. We're seeing heavy demo. Heavy demo now from Monoz, as he's doing guard towers all over the place to attempt to deny Thunderbolt from wood, and then he'll play some dodgeball with the Bombard Cannon to take out the Trebs. Ooh, there we go. Dodgeball, important. Downhill dodgeball, too. That's awkward. Does dodgeball, the custom scenario, have any hills on it? Maybe it needs some hills. Bombard Cannon hitting the vills, and there's Thunderbolt finally calling it. So, GG for Mono. And once again, the ad is during the end of the game, so I need to wait for the ad to finish to explain the end of the game. Nobody gets masonry. Sometimes people get masonry. Oh, keep was on the way. Keep. Lovely keeps. And we'd have some stone walls on the shallows, some Monoz preparing for raids. Oh, I guess that's the thing. You can't actually wall off the shallows on this map because the rock terrain blocks that. Ooh. Yeah, you can't fully wall the shallows. Maybe there's a weird diagonal way you could, but I guess no. Alright, so again, apologies for the ad. That once again came during the end of the game, but I think Thunderbolt here realized the 79 to 134 Vil situation, and having lost all of his wood access here, we'll call the GG as he doesn't really have much wood, and will slowly but surely be losing to the Bombard Cannon push. And we'll look at the stats there. Again, didn't update the overlay yet. Sorry for the old MBL Vinch overlay. We'll have an 85 to 62 KD in favor of Monoz. Felt like everything worked in his favor that game. From the archer sneak to getting the fishing ships destroyed at the right moment. So that will tie it all up. 1-1. The map's Monoz winning Northern Crossings, and we'll have high tides again. As that was the Portuguese over the Italians. And is this Byzantines Mongols? Maybe Byzantines Mongols. See what they go for high tides. Could be Lithuanians. And, oh, it will be Malay. So Malay for Monoz, Mongols for Thunderbolt. So, high tides, and again, since this is our Rex, we'll speed the Dark Age up just a bit. Villagers popping out for Monoz as he'll be scouting around. This is High Tides version 2. Alright, so this one, I'm going to show you something that I fixed. So, notice these sheep. The sheep always spawn one directly adjacent to each other in this pattern. Bottom left, top right. Every single group of far sheep do this. This is a weird AoE 2 quirk that happens in a lot of the old Trezini maps. And this was one of his. I changed this in an update, but this game was played before the update. So this is changed now. Also, there were occasionally missing hunt animals, the deer or ostrich. I fixed that too. So this map's on version 3 now. It's one of those things where super rare bugs or super esoteric bugs like that. I probably need to do a better job of testing if I'm basing a map off of other people's maps. I also balanced the golds out down here. Version 2 has this change. I saw some maps where this gold might be, say, over here, and we'd have 4 golds on one side instead of spread out, so I spread them out a bit more in the south. I think that's a nice change. The epitome of consistent sheep? Because there needs to be more randomness to them. Now they're spaced out a bit better, and because I saw this in, I think it was KUTD 4, if I recall, the map that was like this. And the problem was, I saw way too many games where players missed scouting their sheep by one single tile because they were directly adjacent like this. They're supposed to use loose grouping, which usually puts them a few tiles apart, and it makes it much easier to find your sheep if they're apart like that. So, just to make scouting your sheep not unnecessarily difficult, I spaced them out. Imagine if they could stand ground patrol. Imagine if you had a group of 8 sheep stand ground patrolling on one tile, so they were impossible to scout unless you found that exact tile. Stay warm. Thank you, Crazy Joe. I was out in the -1 Fahrenheit / -18 Celsius the other day working on my car. I was outside for a good hour or so. So that was cold. So, dock to the side for Monoz, to the middle for Thunderbolt. And the Mongols on this map, since you do have the rhinos, they have 400 food compared to the 340 of the boar, will be a great pick. Not particularly a water hybrid map civ for purposes of the water eco, but for purposes of going up extremely fast and winning the water with early fire galleys, they are amazing at it. The Malay maybe though could match their uptime with a more long-term eco with extra vills with their uptiming bonus. But the hunt bonus, Mongols a classic water 1v1 civ because of the uptiming. You got to the galleys super fast in AOC. Here you can get to the fire galleys extremely quickly. There is Loom and there is Feudal. And we'll see how many vills he moves to wood and gold. So the gold here for Thunderbolt, very far forward. Second gold forward for Monoz, but his main gold's in the back. Another change I made was to try to roughly balance the woodline numbers on both sides of the map for the players. And this map looks fairly even to my quick glance. And Velkat, hello, how are you doing? I'm a beast, I didn't really have a choice but to be outside in the cold. When I do a video? I have a few streams where I've done map scripts. If I do a tutorial, I need to figure out the right style of tutorial to do. So Feudal Age on the way for Monoz, and Feudal Age on the way for Thunderbolt. I did a good bit of live streaming while I was working on the TTL maps too, if you want to check that out. Yes, I did do the maps for cartographers. Or edited them, at least. A lot of the maps come from a variety of authors, and fixed some bugs for Carto. So there is a double bit axe on the way for Monoz, and more houses going up here for him as the melee. With a few houses going up for Thunderbolt, who looks to wall himself fully, and will almost be fully walled, but on the water, double dock fire galleys. See, what are the up timings there? Yeah, about 1 vil of a difference there. The Mongols up faster than the melee, but we see the vil difference 23 to 21. And the fishing ship difference, 3 to 4. We have an extra fishing ship for Thunderbolt. Usually the Mongols would try to go up quickly and wouldn't have as many fishing ships. And here we see Monoz going for the more defensive dock position, worried about Thunderbolt and the uptiming. There are a couple of vills as the scout runs around. Fires come in, and we'll go to attack the fire on the water. Another fire coming from Thunderbolt's dock. And a demo. There's the demo. You worry about demoing the villagers on this map. They walk onto the shallows to repair. Mono's aware of that, though, trying to keep them on the shore. He sees the demo, so he's going to pull the vills back, and the demo will take out a fire. Nice demo. Force the fires to split up. Let me know if you guys hear any weirdness on the audio, because my headphone, I think, just decided to give out in one ear. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, that isn't... Hopefully you guys don't hear the annoying ringing that I do there. I'll take my headphones off for this game. I mean, these headphones haven't lasted for 10 years. Maybe it's time for a new pair of headphones. Demo coming forward, hit the fires. Dodging a bit, but one goes down. Fire's taking out a fire galley. Yes. And Mono's holding on the water, and on land it is just full walls. Audio's fine? Alright, thank you. Yeah, the handicap, I don't think you can increase that. You could just do a data mod, or maybe some map scripting changes to increase the handicap even more if you want to. You can target specific player colors and always put players on a specific location. So, demo raft here. Wandering around the outside, maybe going for the fires. Getting a boom there. Feels like Thunderbolt's still ahead on the water, and on the land they're both not doing anything militarily. Just booming and focusing on the water. I wonder if this is a win the water, win the game moment here for Thunderbolt with the way Monoz is focusing on it. And I love what Monoz is doing here, making sure his vills are always repairing the fires on the beach, so when the demos come in, he can pull back. So demo attacks the fire. And repair vills. As long as he has repair vills, he should be doing better in the fights, and it's a 5-5 KD. A Thunderbolt now with more res collected as the Mongols. Has that extra fishing ship, and this will be a decent demo. Ooh, maybe sail around a bit, but we'll actually destroy a fire ship. Other two fires low HP, they have to escape. They'd love to be repaired themselves. Thunderbolt with lots of low HP fires he needs to repair. Trying to get a full HP one out, and he needs to block this fire. And does successfully save one. So it doesn't repair this one fully yet, but can move it back soon. Here comes a demo. How difficult is map scripting if you know programming? If you know programming, it is pretty easy to get into, but it is very limited in what you can do, and very hacky and tricky to get it to spawn exactly what you want without bugs. You use existing maps as a template or write them from scratch. Depends on what you want to do. Usually both. For tournaments, usually we have existing maps that I edit, and sometimes I rewrite them from scratch. Sometimes I take an existing map and make small edits. Depends on how much we want to change the map and how complicated the original script is, or how much we want to change. And boom, fire galley goes down. 10x the Roman bonus. You might be able to do that in a map script or an XS script. I'm not actually sure, but yeah, something like that. So fishing ship's going down. And looks like your Thunderbolt has won the water and is up to the castle age first. So Monoz here, I think, will be hard-pressed to make something happen. He needs to make something happen fast before Thunderbolt is up, because once he's up, we'll have crossbow and cav archer. I don't know, maybe the melee can get up fast enough. I don't see it, though. I think we have a great lead for Thunderbolt now. 600 res collected ahead. That is Fletching and Horsecollar on the way. The two archers come forward, and Thunderbolt up to the castle age. Up to the castle age and immediately plops down a second TC, looking to get a Vil advantage while also pressuring with his crossbows. Well, it won't be too long until Monoz gets crossbows of his own. We'll add in a second range. Oh, but that range gets denied. Archers there, crossbow bodkin on the way. And Jeep, hello Jeep. How you doing? Monoz up to the castle age. Archer's still wandering around as crossbow comes in. Crossbow will try to kill the archers. Not too bad. How are you? I'm doing great. Other than the cold weather, I am having a marvelous day we 2 cast tonight. I'm excited we have so many people around watching some TTL Rex. I hope you all enjoy the nerdy tidbits about the maps and the minor annoyances I have when things are slightly broken. So there's Ballistics and Bowsaw on the way for Thunderbolt. And another university coming up for Monoz. Our crossbows forward from the ranges. Lans, hello Vuz. Lans, greetings to you. And then third TC for Thunderbolt. That's going down to the fires. So crossbow army for both, 11 to 11, but 7 fishing ships here working for Thunderbolt. Have to be careful that there aren't too many fish in the sea on this map. I think we long ago for Hidden Cup, I reduced the number of fish that the original version of the map had. So winning the water isn't quite the be-all, end-all of the map. But Ballistics here in the fight for Thunderbolt, so Monoz will try to out-micro Ballistics for the moment. I feel like he's losing the fight overall, though. Nice map. Hello, hell yeah. Hells yeah. This is originally, I think, Algernon's map that Trizini had edited, and then I edited it again. Objects Generation could probably use a rewrite at this point. And the dodges of Ballistics from Monoz. Monoz knows how to micro. On Wonders, probably practicing with Sebastian and all the youthful micro he brings. I was like hearing how maps are made. Very, very hackily. Siege Workshop on the way for Thunderbolt. And with the Vil lead he has, with the Eco lead he has, just needs to hold on. Late game, the Malay probably have options against the Mongols. With how good and cheap their trash is. Able to go Skirm, Halb, and Cannon. But if Thunderbolt gets a big enough Eco lead, that won't matter. And if he can thin out crossbow numbers, he can always go Step Lancer. patrol stack.
Yasa
Oh, we
kuka
saw a couple
bagenda.
of patrol stacks on Monocle with the infantry units. But at least the siege tower nerfs have seemed somewhat effective. Maps were easy to make, they wouldn't be fun to hear about. Maybe someday soon I'll just be able to tell an AI, make an AoE 2 map, and it'll come up with something interesting.
Baginda.
Husiel sounds
Crossbows tanking a mangonel shot, but at least they had the hill.
Yasa kuka baginda.
And Town Watch on the way for Thunderbolt comes in. Nope, attack grounds the ground. Attacks the ground, as the function's name would imply. And nice outpost from Thunderbolt, securing the map with outposts so he knows everywhere Monoz is moving, even if he tries to redock. Meta account is 1200. I had 7 games in a row recently facing Step Lancers being standing ground patrol stacked.
Apa shasananya baginda.
Step Lancer is the perfect unit for it. And you probably face a lot of Mongols force pickers.
Yasa kuka baginda. Iya.
Bill goes down to the crossbows as the outpost is up there at the top. Mongols and Khitans are all your face. And house coming up for Monoz. And a wheelbarrow there for Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt wants a castle. Has to be careful it doesn't get one shot by Mangonel.
Yasa kuka baginda.
Crossbow splitting. Mangonel's trading. Castle goes up.
Iya.
And with all the Mangonels down, no way to deny the castle. We'll have a Malay Cav Archer. Malay Cav Archers versus Mongols. What does AoE 2 come to? Cav Archers in the year 2026. So castle going up. And a few mining camps on the gold at the front for Thunderbolt, securing his gold. Doing gold shaft mining. And it will be a Mangonel trade in the middle. Let's see. Mangonel shot misses. And Mangonel on the other side going down. Goes down.
Apa
Goes down.
shasananya baginda.
Cav Archer is not super effective.
Timo.
And almost 3k res ahead now as Thunderbolt continues building his lead. Alright, Galleys around this in the north, and Imperial Age on the way there for Thunderbolt from that TC. Still mining more stone.
Iya.
Imperial Age here for Monoz. Trying to add a couple of houses in. And Mangadai are on the way. Husbandry and padded archer armor for Thunderbolt.
Yasa kuka baginda.
Another outpost coming up. Oh, an atomic! Thank you so much for the sub. Here are the sub messages.
Saladin, I am afraid that I do not trust your motives. Turn back at once. Husiel sounds
I'll turn back at once. Thank you, Atomic, for the sub. The ladder is over. We will have the qualifiers this weekend. I'll be doing a lot of casting Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Atomic, helping us get towards our tuxedo goal for the weekend. I think we were at about 40 subs away from that last I checked, so thank you very much. I need to bring the chicken costume back at some point. We only did one set in that because the second set got canceled, so I gotta do a bit more chicken at some point. Very few saves don't get them, that's true. Thank you for gifting the sub to Belcott.
No, not more crusaders! Emperor Barbarossa, I do not want that filthy army in my city. Turn back at once!
Birds are confirmed rigged chicken. says 11.
Yasaku
Okay,
Kabaginda.
box formation into the castle. And those are some dead crossbows. Chemistry bracer on the way, as Monoz is in first as the Malay, but will be against the Mongols player who won't be too far behind and is doing bloodlines. So now Monoz will have to rely on this timing. On the timing. Went down 20 vils and quite a few resources to make imp. He doesn't have much gold control. All the gold under control of Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt maybe needs to make a play for the south too and deny Monoz completely of gold. And how's this fight going? Racer chemistry on the way, but not there for Thunderbolt. Okay, the ringing I heard earlier in my headphones is gone. That's good. Maybe the sub message cleared it out. Any watch parties being planned this weekend? Not that I know of. Isn't producing Trebs yet. Well, the problem is he has 10 plus Mangudai now. So he should be able to snipe off Trebs. I'm sure he'd love to get elite. But tower to defend Trebs, okay. Oh, for the main event? Well, I physically will be at the main event. But I'm not entirely certain about watch parties yet. I'd love to do some type of pre-event party somewhere, but I don't know London enough to like just grab a location out of nowhere. So we'll see. We'll see. And so conscription on the way for Thunderbolt. I might need to come forward. And masonry conscription on the way. Masonry Mangudai need to snipe the Trebs. You don't want to lose your Mangudai production centers. And that's a lot of crossbows. Arb on the way. He knew Arbor on the way. He might try to dive a Treb right now. He's gonna lose a castle. That's the danger. The Mongols in this matchup. Trying to go Mangudai. Mangudai are expensive. The Malay, all the units are cheap. So he will dive. He'll get one Treb. Get one Treb, I think. No matter what. And then get out while getting's good. Only lost one. Okay, 3 Mangudai there. Jinxed him at the last second. Orville's going to repair this castle. Oh, Treb focusing the other castle? That feels like a mistake. This castle getting more HP, but that's now 21 vills essentially idled, or worse than idled, because they're spending resources. And still nothing to do with the Arbs. We didn't have a skirm opening from Thunderbolt. Maybe a skirm opening would have been the play here. There is Elite Mangudai, though. Elite Mangudai in the southern castle. That'll give them more attack against Trebs. So easier to run forward and snipe then. So I don't know, can Monoz pull a crazy comeback this game? He's down by almost 50 vills. But Mangudai are not the unit that's cheap enough you can out-spam your opponent with them. And this is probably 2 castles going down. Now the Mangudai, they are elite. They are elite. Oh, they look kind of like Genghis Khan there with the golden helmet. I like that. Very subtle but wonderful elite Mangudai. Put them with their user's name in. I think I could do that actually, but I can't do it with the audio unless I have like an AI generate it, and I don't think I want to go there. Probably is possible to do that these days though. Do something like 7 labs, or what's it, 7 labs, 11 labs, whatever it's called, to like generate a voice based on the campaign AI. You need a good few minutes of audio for that to work well though, or at least decently enough. So, rip both castles. Now the Mangudai want to raid, but there's only one more Mangudai production castle. That castle's feeling lonely now. Maybe the outposts don't feel lonely because they're everywhere, but the Mangudai want to raid now. See if they can add to this 50 vil lead. And by add, I mean subtract vils from Monoz to increase the lead. Oh yeah, this is a good raid. I hope he doesn't sacrifice all the Mangudai to Arbs, though. Well, 150 vils to 86. But these vils, do they have the stone for a castle? No, they're going for a guard tower. Well, in the south, Thunderbolt just checking the gold out. Making sure there's no more gold here for Monoz. A garden with no flowers. castle going up. Thunderbolt, we'll have Hussars and Chain Guarding Armor and Handcart on the way. Chubb's going for another castle. And we're going to have another Twitch ad in 3 minutes. King Wiki, thank you very much for the follow. So again, sorry about the ads. I think I need to change some settings around again. Mangudai taking down the Yarbs. Or maybe the Yarbs taking down the Mangudai. Camp on the way. Okay, that was not a good fight with Thunderbolt. And he's going to lose his final castle. Mangudai's still raiding, but investing into Elite Mangudai and losing all the castles hurts. Coming down to the south for stone, though, at least he'll be able to get more castles soon. Tower pressure for the Monoz. It's a lot of Hussars, remember. No final armor upgrade for the Mongol Hussars. They do have more HP, but without the armor, generally are worse against ranged units, better against melee units. Castle goes down, and the Hussars, maybe they don't fight that, maybe they just go raid. Guard towers everywhere, I think. Deploying the Hussars properly will be difficult. But he's at 200 pop. So 154 Vils. Maybe he wants to delete 30 Vils, still have a 50 Vil lead raid with Hussars. I mean, he has a 74 Vil lead. He'll make a lot of res. Maybe it's Siege Onager time. Maybe it's Drill Siege Onager time with all that res. Cancel all the Elite Mangudai you got queued. Research Drilled right away. And then try to add some Siege Onagers. Hussars from the rear. And the Bard Cannon Gavos Cup. I'm not planning on hosting that. So, Treb's cleaned by the Mangudai and the Hussars, but the Hussars might go down to all the Arbs? Well, let's see if there are enough Hussars here. Final attack upgrade Blast Furnace on the way. The Hussars will run. And we'll have another castle from Thunderbolt, maybe thinking to restart Treb production there. Yes, he is. Treb's taking out some of the guard towers, so Monoz is doing what he can to hold on. 91 to 10 Eco KD. So Hussars in the back, Blast Furnace just about in. 30 Yarbs there, so once the Hussars are numerous enough to take the Yarbs, then I think it's probably GG. Some skirms and Vils over here for Monoz, but... Oh, there's a GG. Before the ad, too. Wait, quick look at the stats, quick look at the stats. KD, Eco, Technology, Society, Vils. Yes, before the ads. Alright, there we go. So, Thunderbolt here, taking another win. Making another win for us. 2-1 over Monoz. A couple of crazy games this set. Oof. Alright, so let's get our scoreboard updated one last time. It's 2-1 for Thunderbolt. Maps, he'll win his home map of High Tides. The Civs, that is Mongols against Malay. So what's our sub counter at? 62. We need 62 more subs to hit 200 to do the Tux goal. So thank you all very much for all the subs. GG. High Tides from Hidden Cup 3. We used it for Hidden Cup 5. I forget, it's an older T90 map. I forget exactly where we started it. I think it's older than that. Let me check. I check. Maybe to High Tides. Created by Algernon for Hidden Cup 3. Okay, Algernon for Hidden Cup 3. It was High Tide in Hidden Cup 3. High Tides in Hidden Cup 4. Yeah, and then I edited it for Hidden Cup 5. Now we're using it for TTL. It's probably been used elsewhere too. I know it was in NAC. Alright, so I wanted to cast one more set, but I think I'm kind of out of time. Because it's 9 p.m. for me and I want to eat before I go to bed. But I'm so amazed at the viewership we had for this. Viewership has been great. I guess a lot of people are probably interested in AoE 2 because of Red Bull. Let me double check what the schedule is for tomorrow. I still have one more TTL set I want to cast as Rex. And tomorrow... At 15 GMT, we have Bad Koala versus Stark. So what I will do, I'll probably go live in the morning around 13 GMT then, and cast before that set starts. So look for me in the morning then, and then we'll cast 3 TTL silver sets, and then the first TTL gold set of Overtaken versus Valessa. So give me energy to wake up that early. It'll be a good cast before TTL starts. So thank you all very much for watching. What is Red Bull? Something that'll happen over the weekend. Thank you everyone. Hadi Raja, Emzia, and Jessica, all for the raids. Thank you all for tuning in. And give me energy for waking up early tomorrow morning. Maybe I shouldn't have drank that coffee at the start of this stream. Is that a Cobra car back there? Yes, that is the Lego Cobra car in the background. If you check out some of my old live streams in my YouTube live tab, I had a couple of streams where I built it. So that was a fun project. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll end the stream on YouTube and raid someone on